last our band of maturing adventurers left off, they had quite the day. Started off with some good food, ended up commissioning some work at the smithy, and then a rider, a scout, Jack, from the town, let you guys know that there was a orc and goblin skirmish a ways down the trail. And like the good-natured beings you are, you responded quickly and decisively. And when you came upon the scene to see orcs and goblins in the heat of battle, you decided that it would be a good idea to be stealthy, except one of you did not agree. One of you said, "No, I'm a half-orc. I'm gonna walk down there and punch this mofo in the mouth." And Godorek got himself in one-on-one combat with a blade of Ilnaval, no less. And by some amazing set of dice rolls, beat him. In which he took you and the party to his camp, explained some orc history to you, bestowed upon you a wonderful new weapon, and had you go on your merry way. But during that encounter, gave you some crucial information that the orcs have been hunting the goblins in this area and actually mean no harm to the people of Phandalin. The party does not seem to buy that, but in the time, the insight said that that was true. From there, you made your way to Coneybury, the home of Agatha the Banshee, where you hoped that you might find some respite in an inn. You found a dilapidated town, long since ransacked by barbarians, with one lonely lit hut, occupied by Agatha. After figuring out that the mission that you had been sent on was not quite what you had hoped, you continued to prod a banshee to the point to where she almost wailed. Narrowly leaving with your lives, you actually were graced with the song of a banshee, which Bimir is toying around with currently. We'll come back to that further down the road. Then, making your way back to town and taking care of business, you satisfied these quests. You have exchanged your loot with various parties, even commissioned again some upgraded gear, and had decided at the end of the day that you were going to make your way to Thundertree to seek out the Druid Rydog and hopefully learn from him the location of Cragmaw Castle. All other avenues exhausted, this is your one last lead to find this place. And we pick back up in town, the party trying to figure out what to do and when to leave. I believe it was somewhere in the area of midday when you had gotten back to the town. You had conducted some business, so we'll call it early afternoon. And you guys have sequestered in the Stonehill Inn in a back room. And that is where we find you today, still having divided your riches amongst yourselves. Where do we go from here?
How long would it take us to travel to Neverwinter?
Probably a good day and a half from here.
Because it seems like if we're gonna go to Thundertree, then it might be a good idea to go by Neverwinter first and then head to Thundertree from there.
It's a possibility.
Stop in Neverwinter. I'm okay with that.
Am I derailing the train here?
The train has no rails.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had rails on this train.
I don't much care for big cities.
That's fair. But I've been to Neverwinter before, and it's not too bad. And if we can, stop there, maybe we can acquire some better equipment before we start heading to Thundertree.
I mean, I have no complaints on where we go. That'd probably a good idea.
What do you think, Asteria?
I don't have any complaints about going to Neverwinter.
Well, maybe if we leave today, we can at least make it to the high road by nightfall.
Fuck it.
Fuck it, we shall.
Trip
I
or
guess that
big
decides it.
city? You safe?
Safe
Stay with me,
enough.
Droop.
We'll keep you
Just
safe. It's
yeah.
a very cosmopolitan area. There's a lot of different races in Neverwinter. There may even be other goblins there. I didn't see any, but you're almost definitely going to be fine for the most part.
Is either the tavern owner or his wife in the room?
No one is in the room with you.
We're in the back room.
Can I go to the door and peek my head out the door and look for one of them?
Sure. As you go to the door and you open it slightly, you can see that Toblin is behind the bar managing his customers.
Toblin.
And he's in the middle of washing a goblet. Oi! Master Elf, can I do something for you?
Come here. I need to talk to you for a second.
And he puts down his cup and makes his way over to you. Hi,
So
what'd you need?
can I offer you maybe a couple of gold if you can get I have a small statured friend here. Could you get him like maybe some clothes? Does your boy have some extra clothes he could borrow?
Oh, small statured. How small?
I open the door a little bit and show him Droop.
Are you daft? That's a goblin.
He's a friend.
Not too loud.
He's a friend.
I can't be having goblins in my establishment.
He's a friend.
You keep some strange friends. Oh, I don't know. Let me eye the lad up. Oh, and as he looks Droop over, he's like, literally, you can tell that he's having a panic attack right now. He has come to trust you in this short time, but he is still very much.
Droop, tell him how nice you are.
Hi. Droop, like food. It tastes good. Thank you. And with
See,
that,
have you ever heard a goblin say thank you before?
I mean, not rightly. Okay. Yeah. Pet.
It's okay. It's okay.
Let me go find that boy.
He's
Let me-
with us.
Wait here. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna think about
Also-
it. It's fine.
Also, I'd like a whole bottle of your finest brew.
Oh, you want the good stuff?
The good stuff.
Okay. I'll fetch the good stuff and I'll try and find me boy.
All right.
Wait back there.
Sure.
Please have him keep that cloak on.
All right. I shut the door.
And you can hear some really hurried footsteps as Toblin goes about his business. Give the poor shop owner a heart attack. bringing goblins into his inn.
It's a tame goblin. He's not gonna kill
He's
anybody.
not a creature. He's a person. He has thoughts and feelings.
And Droop is off peeing in the corner.
Oh god, you're gonna have to clean that up. You're gonna have to clean that up, machine.
I look at Droop and I reach into my bag and I grab like an extra shirt and I just throw it at her and I say, "Hey, you can't be peeing on the floor. We have bathroom as rooms that you could go into to relieve yourself."
Sorry. I perped her.
Oh,
Clean up the
jeez.
mess, and we'll clean up the mess with the shirt. We'll dispose of it after we're done in here.
Look, even goblins have like a poop pit or something. Did that look like a poop pit?
Usually just walk, it comes out the back.
Well, Droop, you can't
I
do
regret
that.
feeding him apples.
Even I know you can't do that in polite society.
Did the bugbears you were staying with appreciate it if you pooped in their room?
Bugbears perped on me. Large,
Okay.
large perps.
I'm so
Very
sorry.
Okay.
large.
We will promise not to poop on you
You're gonna perp on Droop?
if you can poop where you're supposed to poop in the latrine.
Okay.
Okay? I think we can meet in the middle here and come to an agreement, okay? We won't poop on you ever.
They're perp on Droop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Droop.
We don't even pee
perp
on
perp,
Droop.
perp Droop.
Just as long as you poop and pee in the right place.
He is so confused, but he is very willing. He gives you like a half, like.
Okay. All right, Droop, hold on a second. I go back to the door and I open it back up and I look for Toblin again.
And he is not back yet.
Shit. Shut the door.
A couple minutes later, he comes back, and you can hear a little knock on the door.
I open the door. Like, I crack it. Yes?
Oi, I have a set of me boys' clothes. I believe this should fit the lad. And he hands
His name is
you-
Droop. And I take the clothes.
Droop. Yes. And he hands you this bundle of clothes.
What about me drink?
Yes, I'll have that for you when you're ready to leave. Just come and let me know.
Can I have it now?
I mean, sure. And he goes back and he reaches under the desk and he pulls you like a growler-sized, container of
What do I
the
owe you?
good stuff. Oh, I mean, you know what? Last one on the house. When you come back, I'll charge you then.
All right. Got a deal.
So he just hands you the liquor.
Also, where's your latrine?
Oh, right. The washroom is down the hall on your right. There's also an outhouse, a bit behind here in the bushes. Half moon sign on it, can't miss it.
Cool. I take Droop outside to the outhouse.
As you walk outside, you are kind of like hurrying Droop, all covered in this cloak, and he's not smelling the greatest.
I'm
you
gonna
take him
him
to
into
to the outhouse.
I'm gonna take him into the outhouse, and I'm just gonna look at him and be like, Droop, okay, we're gonna put some clean clothes on. You're gonna do your best not to, relieve yourself in your clothing. And I point the toilet to him. That's where you do your business.
Just a hole?
Poop and pee both in the hole.
What's in the hole? And Droop starts to like put his head in the hole.
More
Don't
poop and
put
pee.
your head in the hole. I pull it back out.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's poop and pee in there. Don't. That's where it goes.
Oh, I thought that was kind of smelly. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's your clothes. I'll
He,
take
like,
the cloak for a
looks-
second.
Like looks at clothes and he's looking at you and he's looking at the clothes. Okay. And he takes his rags off that have still just like he's wearing this crappy apron and like a really junky shirt that is obviously stained. And he pulls these things off and he kind of wipes his body off and he just chucks them in the hole. That's where poop goes. And he like just chucks it right in there.
Good enough.
And
Good
he
enough.
puts his clothes on and you're standing there trying not to laugh at this bare ass goblin in front of you. He puts on his clothes and he actually, cleaned up okay. He doesn't look terrible. He kind of passes for a halfling at this point, albeit a bit green colored, but he's not looking too terrible. Aside
nosed.
from the big nose and ears, he's kind of looking passable.
We can say he's my son.
Then I'll throw the cloak over his shoulder and then tie it off. Like, pull the hood up back over his head. All right, let's go rejoin the group.
Okay.
And that's what we'll do.
You and Droop go back inside the inn. And meet up with the group in the room. Droop, clothes.
Very nice, Droop.
Ta-da.
You look dashing.
What
Okay.
does it mean?
It means good. You look good.
Thank you.
All right.
She still smells a bit of bugbear pee.
That's
We'll
Droop. That's
get him a bath.
that's Droop P. Let's. What do you say we get out of here
All right.
and head towards Neverwinter?
Sure.
Or at least the high road.
I am in agreement.
Can't wait to get back on the open road.
All right. Do we need to talk to anybody before we go?
I think we've done all that.
Awesome.
Oh, what was the ETA on y'all's armor?
Oh, We should
Machine
probably
has
go- I
his,
have
I
mine.
need to get mine.
Hopefully he's
I
done
think
with
it
it and we
wasn't
can
good-
get it on the way out of town.
he might
Yeah.
have said that it wasn't going to be ready until tomorrow.
Shall we go back and check?
Yeah, we can go
More
back
than
and
well
check.
happy to go check.
So
Have you
we'll make our
paid
way
for
over
it?
to the blacksmiths.
So as you exit the inn, the smithy is just catty corner from where the inn is. So you can go there. You can see again. It's kind of mid-afternoon at this point, and the smithy is there, clanging away. Ding, ding, ding.
Sir.
Oi,
Is the Lady Asteria's armor ready yet?
oi, I am. Da armor for the lass. Yeah, yeah. Trimmed it down nice, and should be ready for her. Come on, send her back. Any motions for Asteria to like come?
Mhm. Just gonna go get her armor.
So Asteria, you walk over to the smithy, and he pulls out your studded leather armor, and he says, "All right, lass, please put your arms up. Pardon the hands, not trying to touch anything not supposed to." And he kind of like fits this armor around you, and then comes around to the side and starts to affix it for you. And he's kind of checking the fit as he does, because you were so small compared to whoever had the armor before that he had to make a good number of adjustments to the leather and to the studs. And you can tell that he's doing this. He kind of has a look on his face of like pride. Like he's very happy that he was able to convert this armor into this shape for you. Aye, lass, how's it fitting? Looks like it fits good. Does it fit good?
She kind of moves around in it. Yes, it fits really well. Thank you so much.
Oh, fantastic. And then he peeks back over at Oshin. He goes, 5 more gold for you, sir. Still
much?
working on your arrows.
How much was that, sir?
5 gold. You've
No,
already
I'm
given
gonna-
me 5 for yours. It was 5 for hers.
Right.
And then still
gonna
working on the
throw him.
arrows.
I'm gonna throw him 10.
You're too kind, sir. I don't mean to be taking more than I'm owed.
It's just a tip, sir, for your fine work.
Aye. Well, thank you much. This will go a long way to helping me retrofit some tools, hopefully be able to make some better equipment here.
All right, sir. Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
Aye. Come back a few days and I should have the rest of the arrows.
Thank you.
And as you guys turn away, you can kind of just see this pride fill with Smithy's face as he just feels really good about the work that he's done for both you and for her. And you guys can stop again and kind of take a look at the craftsmanship that he's actually put into this armor, where at once it just seemed kind of like a standard set of leather that kind of someone had studded out just to make it a little bit more sturdy. You can see that he's actually put some work into shaping around where your forms are, and so that it fits extremely well and you don't feel restricted or bound in any way. And it's nice and light, but everything feels very strong. It was very kind of you to tip the man. Where from here?
Guess up the Tribord Trail.
I gotta look at the map,
I can help you with that.
please, sir.
So you were at the smithy, and the Tribord Trail is just up ahead of you. Do you have all that you need before you want to leave Phandalin?
I've got all of what I need. I've got my pack and my quiver and my bow and got my armor. I'm good.
And my axe. Wait.
And my. Hey there, fellowship.
Half elf, not dwarf.
All right. And with that, we can have us go to the world map. And so you're going to ride out from Phandalin. Correct?
Yes.
Quick question. Would I have had, would that be enough time to attune myself to the Stone of Good Luck?
I'm going to say no, because you're with the party the whole time and you guys were actively doing other things. As a group, you wouldn't have had
I
enough
mean,
time
you
to
guys-
attune at the time that it took to teach Droop where to poop. So no, I'm going to say no. You'll probably need to have another short rest or a long rest before you can attune to those, to the stone.
Okay.
We could. I was gonna say, if you really want, we could like just relax in Phandalin for the evening and take off at first light.
Do we want to burn a day?
I mean, I'd rather get as far as we can with the light that we have, and then
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Off we go.
Onward.
to the high road.
All right. So the group makes their way down the Tribord Trail, taking in the greenery of the leaves. And there's a nice calm breeze today. And in the fading light of the afternoon, as you guys have made your way, you come across a familiar bend, one that is now uninhabited by goblins. You can still see small remnants of where you pulled the horses aside, as they have kind of been picked over by animals. Anybody want to take an opportunity to say anything or share some thoughts?
Can I take a closer look at the carcasses to see what they've been picked apart by?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a nature check.
Can I assist him in that?
Sure.
That's advantage.
8 it is.
21.
So as you make your way over to the carcasses, you can see that there has really been a number of things that have chewed upon this. Some look really small, almost like scavenger birds, but then you can see larger bite marks that seem to be around some of the meatier areas of the horse, which you kind of discern to either be wolves or bears, or both.
Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
Oh my.
So I'm gonna look at Goderic and say, it looks like there might have been wolves or bears in the area.
Can I
Good to
look
hear
around
wolves
and
here
see if
tonight.
there's any fresh tracks?
I'm gonna do the same.
Sure. With your perception, again, I don't need a check from you guys. You can confirm that there seem to be some medium tracks around the area, sets of them. So what you would consider to be potentially a pack of dogs or wolves. And then you can see a larger set of tracks that you can see as solitary that you would assume to be a bear.
Leif is a bit confused. Ashim, what are you looking for?
I've got a bit of a sinking feeling in my gut.
All right, fair enough.
The other night when we were coming back from the orc encampment, I heard wolves off in the distance.
No strange thing to have wolves in the woods.
I mean, can't you just make friends with them again?
Perhaps I should explain a bit of kind of where I come from. So when I was younger, this would have been about 10 years. And while I start explaining this, can we like start walking and moving towards the road?
Sure.
You can walk and talk.
Yep. So when I was only well, I'm not going to tell you how old I am. That would be giving it away. So about 10 years ago, I was with my mentor and I was learning my craft. And we were beset by a pack of werewolves. Last I saw him, he was fighting them to the death and losing, and he told me to leave. And I fled and was pursued. And that's when I met Asteria, and I just kind of point at her, and she saved my life. And so she and I have been traveling together now for 10 years.
Certainly wasn't going to let you die.
So you basically are looking out for werewolves?
The same pack, and I've been hunting them for 10 years.
Fair enough.
How do you think they are up here?
I have the distinct idea that they might.
Well, I've never met a werewolf before, but that could be fun.
Trust me, it's not something you really want to deal with.
Fair enough.
Well, hopefully we won't run into any then.
I'm gonna absent-mindedly scratch at the scar that's on my wrist, which, by the way, is now somewhat exposed because of the bracers that I have on.
Leif gives a brief look. Feeling itchy?
Just a wee bit.
Doesn't press anymore.
Probably
over-
caught something from Drew.
No.
What? It might have. You're finding all kinds of things. And he starts like picking and he like pulls off a tick and
Oh,
eats it.
Droop, are you hungry?
Um,
Please don't
yeah.
eat bugs. I'm gonna hand him one of my rations.
Does
Barks-
Godoruk
barks
know
good
anything
protein.
about werewolves?
Okay. He takes it. What did you give him?
It was just like some jerky that was part of my rations.
He's just gonna take a little. Eat. And he like throws the whole thing in his mouth and just starts chewing. Continue.
Yeah, does Godoruk know anything about werewolves? Can we do like a history check? Maybe he's picks up something on the road.
You could give me a nature check.
16.
So, with that, you've definitely heard of werewolves existing before. You haven't come across them, but from what you know, is that there are tales of very savage brutalizations of people and animals at the hands of werewolves, typically on the edge of towns or cities. They're very difficult to catch because they can change form. But aside from that, you don't have any deeper knowledge of them.
Mostly just trying to figure out if he knows about the whole silver thing.
Nope.
No, okay, never mind. I'll keep my comments to myself.
I mean,
I'm-
in this world,
I'm
there's not
under-
really a whole silver thing. It's just a kill it thing. But sure.
So
I don't know things.
so that's basically how I ended up in this area. And then, of course, we already knew Gundred because we'd worked for him before in our time traveling. But now we're here.
And as you end this conversation, you can see that it is growing dark, and it's probably a good time for you to find a place to pull off for the evening. You're out in more of a plains type environment. There's not a whole lot of explicit cover. There are rolling hills, and there's, of course, the main road, which is fairly wide and well traveled because it is the high road.
I suggest that we go maybe up to the top of one of these rolling hills, and we'll camp on the back side of it, and I'll keep watch up top, first watch.
That's good. I mean, I don't have any complaints. You are the nature person along with Godoruk here and
Keep a-
Syria.
Keep a small fire. Very small if you're gonna cook.
And as you agree and kind of make your way up this hill, in the last bits of twilight just kind of crusting over the distant kind of sight line, you're able to kind of take in the beauty of the colors of the sunset and the oranges and the blues and the pinks. And as the sun sets, you have a small fire going around a little campfire, and it's very peaceful. The night is quiet, and you're able to make yourself some dinner. What's for dinner?
I am going to go look for small game, but instead of killing them, I want to use my speak with animals and attempt to maybe find something better from, them letting me know if there's any bigger animals around, something that would feed us a little better than just rabbits.
Give me a nature check.
19.
So, as you make your way through the kind of plains, you come across what looks like a groundhog not too far from camp. And it turns to run from you and you tell it to stop. And it somehow intuitively understands you. And you walk over to it, and it walks up to you, and you're kind of bent over on one knee looking at it. And as it looks up, it starts to chitter. And you kind of pull a cronk and give it a squeak, squeakity, squeak, squeakums. And it tells you that there is a herd of sheep, wild sheep, that are nearby that graze on some of these hills.
I will let Ashin know. Maybe we can bag one or two together.
I think we'll only need one.
Nothing wrong with having extra meat.
Are you gonna
You
carry
gotta
it?
carry it.
No, I'm not carrying it.
I mean, we dice it up, and you know, I can carry it in a pack or something.
Same weight is still the same weight. No, we only need to kill what we need. We can always hunt
Alright,
for more.
well, I'll just go kill one then.
I'll join you. So let's
Go track some sheep.
let's do it.
And you guys make your way off to track some sheep. Give me a nature check.
22.
As you
Much
come
better than my
upon
4.
As you come upon this herd of sheep, Ashin, you waste no time as again the light has gone very dim, and with your dark vision, you can see that there are some that have bedded down, and there is a very nice looking sheep close to you. And you draw back your bow and you let loose the arrow and you fell the creature very humanely. And you and Godera go to collect it and are able to bring it back to camp.
Okay. I'm in the process of cleaning the animal. I'm gonna save the like the sheep's wool and the overall skin of the animal to use later, and I'm gonna like lay it out. That way I can let it dry overnight, and then I'll fold it up and put it in my pack in the morning. And I'll just start throwing meat at Goderic to throw over the small fire to start cooking so we can all eat.
And I will cook it up.
And as you cook up, the smell of the lamb is wonderful. And it fills your nostrils, and then the meat fills your bellies. And you all are well fed before bed.
And Asteria eats
Something.
not meat.
Berries.
Mm.
I guess I could have asked to find some berries as well, if I'd thought about it.
I'm sorry, Asteria, I forgot.
We're gonna say that as you guys made it back to camp and we started cooking up the sheep, you could see that 2 of these little groundhogs came forth. And in their mouths, they were carrying a couple berry bushes, and they dropped them outside of camp. And they looked at you, Goderic, and went, squeak, squeak. Basically saying thank you for not killing them, and brought you a present. And Asteria was able to eat the wonderfully ripe berries that they brought.
Bimir looks at the badgers, and then looks at Goderic, and then looks at Ashin, and then looks at the bushes, and then looks at Ashin, and then looks at Goderic, and then starts eating his lamb again.
What?
I mean, I'm not going to
Is that not weird for anybody else?
No?
Just
The
leave it.
badgers just walk up and drop off some berry bushes.
I spent a lot
That's-
of time in nature, man.
I spent my entire life in the woods, in the forest. This is not a strange occurrence to me.
Look, I am a bard, educated in all kinds of areas of magic and mystery and history. Not really history, because I didn't pay much attention to history, but that's neither here nor there. But I've never heard of badgers coming up and just giving you bushes of berries.
Well, now you have. Write a song about it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, maybe you spent too much time in the city and not enough time out in the wild.
Badger.
Mushroom.
Sorry.
They were groundhogs, but yes,
Well,
badgers.
skipped nature class, okay? What am I supposed to do?
Well, you're with us now, so now you're getting a nature class.
Mr. Music Man, that was a groundhog. Even I know that.
Look, Droop. I'm gonna make a deal. I'm not gonna poop on you.
I'm gonna.
No poop on Droop. Droop poop in your shoe.
Can
Don't
I-
poop in my
can I
It's a
not-
hole.
Can I nonchalantly like eyeball Bimir and just pull the dagger out of my belt and just spin it around in my hand?
Whatever you want. Stop asking. Do.
That's what I
Do.
That's what I do.
Cool.
Bimir pulls out his short sword and starts, swinging it around.
Okay.
We're gonna have a good old
If we're gonna play this game, Bimir. So since we're playing the game, I pull the log sword out and I stick it in the dirt.
I'm gonna lean over to Leaf.
That's where it goes.
I'm gonna lean over to Leaf and be like, I put my money on Ashin.
Leif just smiles. I do too. I cast Eldritch Blast up into the air.
Oh my god.
Esther's gonna shake her head and continue eating her berries and ignoring all their shenanigans.
I'm just gonna beat on my drums.
I'm gonna
and
look
enjoy
at Droop and I'm gonna say, hey, do you need to go to the bathroom?
Maybe.
All right, let's go. So I'm gonna take him up the hill with me, and
Okay.
we'll find a spot for him to relieve himself, and then I'll point him back towards the fire and tell him, make sure they put out the fire, and then I'm gonna start my watch.
And Droop has now made it an entire half day without messing himself. Congratulations, Droop.
Progress.
You are
50
potty training
XP.
a goblin.
I
Good
am
job.
I am potty training a goblin.
EXP for not soiling yourself.
This is an amazing. Let's just encapsulate really quickly this transformation that Ashin has gone through, because at the beginning of this adventure, he hated goblins with the passion of 1,000 suns and black holes. And now he's teaching a goblin how to pee.
It's almost as weird as groundhogs.
As if it was his own son.
And yet you question the animals bringing food.
Yeah, that's what I don't get.
Look,
Slaves can turn into other things.
I've watched the stuff happen with Droop. I have never seen anybody try and train a badger or a skunk or whatever the hell those things were.
She looks like she's made out of grass and can turn into a wolf. I can talk to animals.
Yeah, it makes sense for her. She's a druid. You're a barbarian. You're supposed to kill badgers and eat them.
They don't have a lot of meat.
Still wasn't a badger.
Look, Droop, it's not important if it's badger or a skunk or a possum or, whatever that thing is.
And Droop is going to take out, while you're talking, he's literally going to take his little 4-foot staff and put it like you did with your short sword and lean back and start going like this.
And look at what Bimir has taught the goblin.
It's so long.
Leif just
This-
looks at Bimir. See what you do. This is what you get for questioning things.
This fallacy is folly.
Huh?
Bimir casts a spell.
What spell?
What?
Yeah, what spell?
Ashin gets a wedgie.
What spell? Hold on, no. What spell do you cast? What spell do you
Unseen
cast?
servant.
Unseen servant. And
Yes.
you use it to give him a wedgie. Give me what would that be? An Arcana check?
I don't. Wouldn't it go?
What's your spellcasting modifier? Is it wisdom?
So he has to cast the
Charisma.
spell, and then I have to make a save, right? I get to make a save. Isn't that how that works?
No.
there a
So
save
you
involved
have
there?
to, you have to avoid the. I don't know.
Who even knows?
Give me the damn check. This is too good not
What?
to play out.
What do you want? Deception?
Yeah.
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Works for me.
Perfect. That's literally
25.
give me a saving throw, Mr. Ashin.
Off of what modifier?
Perception.
Well, it's an ability. So dexterity or wisdom.
I'm gonna still make it perception because you're doing an unseen servant. I want to see if he can perceive something coming up behind him about to pull his underwear up the crack of his butt.
Natural 20.
Oh, come on. What does that give you?
It's a natural 20. It's a success.
I got a natural 20. It's natural 20 is an automatic success
What's your
for a skill
modifier
check.
for it?
So yeah, what's the modifier?
Which one am I using?
Perception.
Perception. It would be a 24.
Yes!
So Bimir, with all of this vicious mockery coming your way, you decide to, under your breath, mutter your unseen servant to go around Ashin. And Ashin, you feel like a tingle down your spine, and it causes you to look around. And as you're looking around, trying to see if there is something moving around you, you feel your underwear sharply rise between your butt cheeks in a somewhat uncomfortable fashion, and it rises you off of your seat about a couple inches.
Mir, how much do you weigh? I
What?
need to know.
Wait until this plays out, then we can ask that after.
Well, it's part of this.
So, I feel it worth mentioning that Ashin doesn't wear undergarments, but
You just pull your pants.
I'll let it happen. And
Whatever, underwear, pants.
so I'm about like 25 feet away, like in the dying light. You can't really see me, and all you're gonna hear is a curse in Elven.
I can understand Elven, thank you.
I can too.
And what is the curse?
It's the curse.
Pretty sure I'm the only one that doesn't understand Elven.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll leave it at curse for now for brevity. Goderick, what do you do when
Not
you
for
hear?
polite- Not for polite society.
Not for polite society. Goderick, what do you do when
Just-
you hear?
Just
This
to be
happening.
clear, Bimir, you've never seen Bimir cast that before.
I just wanted to raise him up in like glory because I actually kind of like him now.
Well, you don't know that Bimir did anything. So
Well,
who are you raising in
No
glory?
casting is deceptive, though.
I was assuming I knew because of what they were. I mean, they're going back and forth.
Is unseen
I
servant
did.
verbal
I did.
and somatic?
You can see me cast the spell. It's
Ah,
got a verbal
okay.
Doesn't know what it's
component.
going. Okay.
Yeah, it's verbal and somatic. I think.
Okay. So you can see them cast the spell. All right. So you see him cast the spell, Goderic, and what do you do?
I'm just gonna give him like a victory pat and lift.
Hey, okay. Well, yeah. Don't mess with the bard. And then I reach back and pull a drum out of my kit and throw it at the unseen servant, and then pull out the lute. And the unseen servant starts accompanying me with the drum while I play the lute.
Beautiful.
All right.
You start to play a song. Is there
How much
anybody
for
that'd
your
like to do
drums? I'll
anything
buy the drums from you.
before you guys go to bed and start your watch?
What? Oh no.
Would you like to attune your items that have not been attuned?
Oh sure. I think that happens anyway over the rest, but yeah.
For the sake of RP, I just want to make sure you attune your
Okay.
your things.
I will attune my Stone of Good
Stone.
Luck.
And Ashin, you've already attuned your bracers because you took a rest, right?
I have.
Before you went off. Yes. All right. And Goderic, have you already attuned to your new hammer?
I don't think I have, so I'm gonna do that and also have to put it back in my inventory. 'cause I don't-
Yeah, make sure that thing is equipped.
Where did you go?
Shekshi.
But yes,
And while you guys are doing that, go ahead and figure out who is doing watch.
I'm gonna take the. I'll take the first watch for 4 hours.
Okay?
Mysterio will take the second watch.
That gives the party a full. Everybody else a full 8 hours of rest.
Okay.
Leif would actually just like to stay up for Asteria's watch again.
You only sleep for 4 hours too?
No, I mean he's actually not going to be awake the entire 4 hours.
He'll just be awake for the two.
I'm gonna sleep.
Goderic's gonna sleep. All right. As you all bed down for the evening, and Ashin, you take your first watch. You kind of think to yourself about the story that you told today, and about the wolves, and how that is kind of lingering in the back of your mind. And as you do so, you are listening earnestly throughout the night or throughout your watch for the sounds of wolves, for the sounds of howling. And give me a perception check.
$18.
And as you get into the second, third hour of your watch, you hear nothing. The wind is calm, the night is still, and into your fourth hour of watch, you start to hear sounds. And it starts to make you wonder and put you on alert. Is that them? Is that the pack of wolves? And as you hear what sounds like a pack moving closer and closer and closer and closer, you realize it's not a pack of wolves. It sounds like footsteps approaching. And before you know it, there is a group upon you. And you rouse the party, and we roll for initiative.
Uh-oh.
Wake up!
22.
See.
Nat
20.
20.
1 second.
Also,
22.
also a 22 for me.
Okay.
Also a natural 20.
Freaking holy crap. We got three
Don't use them all at once,
I
folks.
Mine was just the 18.
Can we talk about how we've rolled 5 nat 20s in the first, like, 6-7 rolls of this session?
It's fine.
Don't
Asteria.
worry. I rolled a 9. Well, I got a 9. I rolled a 4.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So mine's a 21.
Okay.
I only rolled a 17, but I get a +5 to initiative.
Oh, I rolled a nat 20.
Okay. As you rouse the rest of the party and alert them to the sounds of footsteps that are rapidly approaching,
My hair.
through your dark vision, you can see a group of 8 men approaching. They are hooded and they are carrying swords. And their swords are sheathed and their hands are on them. And as they approach you, they look slowly and say, "Oi! Where are you from, eh?" They're talking to you.
What business is it of yours?
Another one pipes up. "Oh, we were just passing by, and we saw some fireworks. We figured we might want to come and take a look. Where are you from?"
Godoric is gonna like just stand up and try to be menacing.
Isn't it a bit rude to ask somebody's name before you introduce yourself?
"Oh, I don't think so. We were just tired adventurers looking for a place to go down for the night, and we saw your beacon. We figured, hey, might be a good of time for us to come and, grab a bite or
So you
grab a toll."
so you think it's better to stumble upon us in the middle of the night rather than announce yourselves upon approach?
Well,
I
you
don't think that
know.
very wise. You're lucky I didn't shoot you.
Well, seeing as there's only you 5 and a third of you, and there's 8 of us, I'm pretty sure you should be the one being a bit more respectful.
Yeah, I'm
How many,
disinclined to agree with you.
how many of you can use magic?
We don't need magic.
So
How many of you have
all
fought
of
an orc
you
before?
that don't use magic saw a blast of magic coming into the sky, and you thought, I know. Great idea, fellas. Let's go to that font of magic that we just saw and get ourselves killed by it. Is that what you thought?
And with that, you're
'Cause
going
that
to hear.
sounds like a dumb idea.
With that, you're going to hear another one pipe up. "Hey, it is them. That's the wise ass from PHANDALIN. Those are the guys that kicked us out. Get them!" And they all draw their swords. And you can now see as they draw closer that these are 8 red brands that you had expelled from town.
Good. I wanted the chance to take care of you guys.
Oh yeah.
Leif, you are there first. As you see them charge you, Leif, it is your turn.
Got it. Leif just draws his shield and sword. And how close is the closest one?
They're all probably within 30 feet of you. They
30
meant
feet?
to close distance.
Leif moves up a little bit and just holds his turn to defend.
Okay. Asheen, you're up.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay. For reference, they're kind of in two lanes. There's 4 in front and 4 kind of behind them closely. They're kind of staggered just a little bit.
I'm gonna take whichever one is on the the front right.
Okay.
Oh.
And I'm going to shoot him with my bow.
Roll for attack.
So that's 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
And then because I have Dread Ambusher, I get to attack him again.
What did you hit with first?
Oh, it's 16 points of damage on the first shot.
As you shoot him, your aim rings true, and you shoot him right in the center of his, in the place for his heart, and the arrow pierces through, and you can see him just collapse, and he's dead.
Right
Okay.
in the left.
So my second shot's gonna go to the towards the guy to his left.
Okay. So you're working your way in.
Um. 16. To hit.
And 16 to hit, that will hit.
$11 points of damage.
This one you draw back, and as you lean you aim just to your left, you fire that, and it hits him right in the stomach, and he doubles over, and then gets back up, but he is hurt badly.
And then I'm gonna use my movement to move 15 feet further away.
Okay. So we'll say you are 45 feet away at this point. And that's your turn, correct?
Yes.
Asteria, you're up.
Well, Asteria is still standing in the camp, but are they all within 5 feet of one another?
There are 4 of them in the center, 2 in front, 2 in back, that would be within 5 feet of each other.
Okay. Well, she's going to cast Moonbeam and center it right on top of all of them, since they're within 5 feet of one another.
Read me Moonbeam.
She's going to cast a spell, and it's going to summon a silvery beam of pale light that will come down from the treetops. When the spell is centered over a creature, they will see ghostly flames in the area. They must make a Constitution saving throw or take 2d10 radiant damage.
All right.
Go
And that's-
tiny leaf lady.
all of them.
I'm
four
just
of them,
gonna
four.
I'm just gonna bulk roll for them. They all fail.
Ha!
Roll your d10s. Jesus.
Okay. 1 and a 2. It's 20. If you'd like me to take a picture, I will.
No. As in like a natural
Wow.
20, or as in like 20 damage?
No,
She rolled two
I
tens.
rolled
2 10, so it's 20
tens.
damage.
Yes.
And they're dead.
And Asteria, as you reach up to the sky, to the moon, and call to Sehenin, and you say, bring forth light, and a moonbeam shines bright over these 4 individuals. And you can tell at once they all start to see things that aren't there. And as they're turning, they start swinging their weapons and they're hitting each other and they don't realize it. And even with that, they start taking this damage where the light seems to just crush their forms slightly. And after a few seconds, all 4 fall to the ground dead.
And it is a concentration spell that lasts for up to 1 minute.
You didn't need it. They are all dead.
Basically mean the beam still stays there for a minute.
Yeah, it
away.
stays
Oh,
there
okay. So
while
you're
I'm
saying, okay, so
concentrating on the spell.
so anything
Yes.
that comes in the beam
Yes.
would be something there. And as the red brands around look at this beam and look at their friends dropping, they're shaken a bit and move away from the beam as much as they can within their squares.
So there's what, 3 left?
So, how far away from the beam are they now?
They're still close to it. They're just recoiling in fear from the beam.
Oh.
And Godoruk, it's your turn.
Is one of them within 5 feet of the beam, possibly?
No.
Okay, no. Darn you. Okay,
Yes,
well, I
no,
will,
yes, there are. So there's 1 to the right of the beam, and there are 2 to the left of the beam.
The one to the right of the beam, can I attempt to shove him into the beam?
Sure.
I'm gonna do that then. Let's see.
Give me an attack roll.
Athletics, that's what it is. 24.
Does he have to make a saving throw on shove?
I think so. Let me pull it back up again. It's contested by their strength or their athletics or acrobatics.
And so he has
Up
to
to
make
them.
a roll for athletics
Yes.
or acrobatics.
Yes.
So he made a 20. So it still fails.
I would like to push him into the beam.
So you run up, charging into the fray, and you see the red brand that has the arrow stuck in his stomach. And you just run up to him, and it just almost looks like you're hitting something that has no weight. Because as you impact his body, you stop and his body flies 5 or so feet into the middle of the moonbeam. And as he's prone, you can see horror creep on his face and his body taking this moon ethereal damage just seems to contort, and then he stops breathing as his quiet screams stop and he is dead.
I'm just gonna stand there with a shit-eating grin on. We should do this more often.
And
He
next
does get a Constitution save against the moonbeam.
wouldn't
We'll
help.
see.
It's fine. It's fine. Rule of cool. We're good. He was really hurt. Now it is the red brand's turn. As the 2 remaining red brands see how they've just been cut down, one of them turns to run. And he uses his full movement speed to run as fast as he can the other way. The other, who is close to the beam and sees one of his brethren pushed into the beam, goes to make a run at Godoruk. And
Come at me, bro.
he misses both attacks. In his fear and in his hurt, he runs at you and takes 2 swings with a short sword to no avail. And Bimir, it's your turn.
What a bunch of geniuses and cowards. And he sits down and goes back to sleep.
Okay.
Fair.
Fair.
Leif, you're up.
The person who ran is 60 feet now.
Mm-hmm.
Leif moves around the beam up to about 30 feet and then casts Eldritch Blast at his back.
Okay, roll to hit.
20.
20 will hit.
And 7.
And as he's running, you cast this purple energy from your palm, and it flies through the air, almost coming to a point as it hits him right in the shoulder. And it almost knocks him over mid-step, but he recovers. But you can see he's now holding his shoulder as he continues to try and run. Ashin.
I'm going to use my bonus action to move my hunter's mark on the one that's trying to flee.
Okay.
And I'm going to shoot him.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That's a 26.
That'll hit.
$14 damage.
And as you see him get hit by this purple glow, Ashin, you take aim and let loose an arrow. And it hits him right in the center of his back. And as he's just regained his balance, he takes that hit and falls forward and is no longer moving and is dead.
And to end my turn, I'm going to move closer. I'll move like my full movement closer to the rest of the group, and I'm going to tell Goderic, restrain that man.
Okay.
And then I'm going to end my turn.
Asteria's up next?
Does that guy scream as he goes down?
No.
Damn.
Asteria's gonna. She's not gonna concentrate anymore. She's gonna end her cast. She's gonna use.
As you do, the light that was illuminating this patch of field now kind of seems to almost go back up to the moon from whence it came.
I just have a staff. She's gonna hold her action.
And Goderic, you're up. This red man just took 2 swings at you.
I'm just gonna grapple him.
Okay.
So that's also
Hug time.
21.
Okay. He does not have a better save than that. So you successfully grapple him. He is unable to move. And that is your action.
Yeah.
So it is now the red brand's turn. And you have basically bear hugged him around the waist. And he goes, "Ugh!" And as he is stuck there, he is still able to attack you. So he is going to do his best to give you 2 attacks with his sword.
Is that a disadvantage on a grapple? I don't remember.
No.
No? Okay.
Nope. So he's going to miss with one, and he's got an 18 on the other. That'll hit, correct?
That hits.
All right. And you are going to take 5 damage as he takes the butt of his short sword and smacks it into the center of your head.
Fair.
And Bimir, back to you.
Y'all are dying too loudly. I'm trying to sleep.
And Leif, we're back to you.
Leif casts a side eye at Goderic and rolls his eyes and casts sleep on the red brand, and then uses his 30 feet to run to the guy that Ashin killed.
Okay.
And 28 hit points.
And he is asleep. And that ends the combat.
Leif loots the red brand further away for Roshin and retrieves his arrow for him, and then heads back.
I'm gonna tie up the red brand I was holding on to his limp body and then slap him awake.
Yeah.
Hey,
Uh,
take his boots.
uh,
His
I'll take his
boots?
head.
No, take his boots, please.
I will take his boots and I will hold my maul, or no, my great axe to his head, and try to intimidate him and figure out why the hell they're here.
I'm gonna.
Or whatever Ashin wants. Why did you want me to keep this guy alive?
Sure, we're gonna question him a little bit.
I'm totally okay with that.
So I'm gonna grab my dagger from my waist. After I'm gonna work on removing his boots, and I'm gonna look at him dead in his face.
take him. Are you taking my boots? Don't take my boots.
Sir,
He
I
looks at
just
you.
have a few questions for you, and I would greatly appreciate your candor.
Killed all of them.
Told you it was a bad idea.
So you used to be a red brand, or you still are?
Used to be. Before you lot got us
Good.
kicked out.
Good.
Can I punch him in
How
the
many?
gut for 4
Don't
damage?
kill him.
He's
No,
not
no,
hurt. Is he?
he's not. Yeah, he's not even hurt.
He's
I don't
not
think he's
hurt.
taking any damage.
You can punch him.
That's just revenge for him hitting me in my head. It's just 4
Alright.
damage.
No, go
Alright.
ahead,
Yeah,
You punch
I'm
him
just
for
gonna
4
punch him in the
damage,
gut.
and he goes, ugh, ugh,
sir.
ugh.
How many more are you?
That was it. Everybody else either bucketed off. We were just trying to stay together and find some place to be, some place to go. We saw the light and figured there had to be something. We got thrown on our asses without anything.
Stereo kind of pipes up for a second. Well, now all your friends have seen the light.
Leif
Just kind of glares at him.
laughs at that.
He looks at
I'm
you
gonna
blankly.
chuckle, and I'm gonna move the dagger a little bit closer to his big toe, and I'm gonna lean kind of over him, kind of crouching over his feet.
Ugh. What are you doing?
Do you know? Do you know where the castle is?
Castle? What castle? And he's like trying to like move his feet away from you.
I'm gonna touch the dagger to his toe.
I don't know about any castle. Look, I'd only joined up recently, okay? One thing I know, they're telling me I'm gonna get all kinds of things taken care of for me. All I have to do is just hang out and wear a damn cloak. Next thing I know, I'm getting thrown on my ass. I didn't do anything.
Oh, you
Can I punch him again to keep him honest?
Sure.
you definitely did something.
He's getting another punch to the gut.
I'm telling the truth.
How's he looking health wise?
He's looking like he's got, blood now coming from one side of his head where Godorok, hit him in the face, and he's like slumped over at this point, not as.
Sir,
I won't hit him again.
sir,
Maybe.
I really would like you to be honest.
I am being honest. He's got the wind knocked out of him. I told you I don't know my castle. I was new. I'd been there a week.
I
I'm
can't
gonna
remember
feign
I can't
another
remember the
punch.
I can't remember the name of the castle.
Me either.
Cragmaw
I'm gonna
Castle.
feign
Cragmaw
another
Castle.
Is
Oh.
it is it
punch, but not
Cragmaw
actually hit him.
Castle?
Cragmaw Castle.
Cragmaw Castle. So you don't know where Cragmaw Castle is?
Oh, I don't know of any castle.
Do you know somebody that might know?
I mean, not anybody that's alive.
I say we leave him for the wolves or bears.
Sure, bring him up on the hill with me. He can sit with me for the rest of my watch.
Please don't kill me. I was just trying to find my way.
And your way just happened to lead you to our camp.
Look, it's scary out here. There's all kinds of roving monsters and animals. Wouldn't you think it's safer to travel in a group? As he looks all around to you.
Sure, safety in numbers, but I mean, come on. You couldn't tell that the guys that you were traveling with were a bunch of idiots?
Oh, I know they were idiots.
So
Those guys were
probably not
kind
the
of
best.
bad news, but what else am I going to do?
Leif has stopped caring for the conversation and has just decided to go around looting for Ashin. All the bodies.
Serial just go with life.
Yep.
I'm
Could
gonna
have
dig
gone to
sit him
Neverwinter
down.
and looked for honest work. Now shut up.
I'm gonna sit the
So
red
my
brand
my
down.
friend
Can I
here-
pull Ashin to the side real quick?
Go for it.
I'm gonna hold my finger up, and I'm gonna say 1 minute, and I'm gonna lean really close to the red brand, and I'm gonna say, "Should I let you go?" And I'm
Please,
just gonna look him in the eyes.
and he is going to look at you, and then he's going to look over at Bimir and say, "Excuse me, sir. I came from Neverwinter down to PHANDALIN. I was told that there'd be honest work. I was told to go and talk to a man in a red cloak about a job. That's all I knew. That's all I did. I've been there a week."
Bimir sits up and at this, he sits up and comes over to the guy. Who did you talk to in Neverwinter that told you this?
He was a man. He told me if I didn't go and work down in PHANDALIN that I wasn't going to be able to have my parents live.
Okay. Where did you meet this man?
He approached me outside my home. He put a knife to
And-
me, much like this man here. He looks over at Ashin. Didn't see his face. I was coming home from a bar. And you can tell that you're up close now, Ashin, that he's probably very near early 20s. Younger guy. And he's going to look back at Bimir. He cornered me. He just put a knife to me, said I was to leave right then and there and go. I didn't ask questions. I didn't want my parents to be killed. They're honest folk.
I'm gonna put the dagger away. Because it did tug at my heartstring just a wee bit.
Just a wee.
Just a wee bit.
All right,
Maybe we'll
then.
give him a running start.
So
I will let you go.
and hold on. Why would you think this guy's threat on your parents was good?
So if you'd seen this man, he was very
Apparently, all
large.
you saw was a cloak.
He was very large and much over me, sir. In Neverwinter, there's all kind of people. You've heard tales of all kinds of manner of things happening in the dark and alleys. You think it's a respectable town, but the town guard don't catch everything.
How tall is this guy?
I mean, I'm about
how
five.
tall is the guy I'm looking at?
Yeah, I'm about 5'10". I mean, he had to be a good head or so taller than me.
Is he taller than Gilderoy here?
How tall is Goderic, just for sake of argument?
6'5".
6'5".
You're 6'5" or 7'5"?
6'5".
6'5"? Said probably about that tall, if not a bit taller than him. About as broad too. Meant business, sir.
What kind of voice did he have?
He had a rather harsh rasp to his voice. A bit of a lower tone.
I'm gonna motion for Leif to come over.
I look up from where Asteria and I are, and I just walk over. Hey, what's up?
Take down notes on the guy that we're looking for, please.
as in which one? We're looking for a few people at this point.
Sure. So he says he's a little bit taller than Goderic, maybe about the same height. Just as broad, if not a little bit bigger. Did he have any facial hair or anything else that you can remember?
I didn't get a good look, sir.
All right.
So
Look, boy. Where do your parents live?
My parents live on the southeast side of Neverwinter.
good. We're taking you with us.
Right, sir. Thank you. I don't want to be out
Put
here
your boots
alone.
back on.
We're gonna take all his weapons, of course. And are we untying him, or are we just leading him by?
It's kind of hard for him to put his boots on with being tied up and all.
All right,
We
so
can
I'll
put his boots
Okay.
on.
I put his boots back on him.
I can
but
lift
I'm gonna look-
him.
I'm gonna look at Leif, and after giving the description, I'm just gonna ask him, can you maybe come up with something to look like what he said?
Leif just smiles. Nope.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
not how my race works, sir.
So
I have to have seen what I shape to.
So that being said, I'm gonna say okay, and I'm gonna turn to the guy, and I'm gonna cast Disguise Self on myself, and I'm gonna make myself appear kind of like what the guy said as far as height and breadth, and I'm gonna pull my cloak up over my head, so kind of like this.
As you cast Disguise Self, your form kind of has this mist come around, and your body seemingly grows a bit in breadth and in height. And as you pull your cloak over to completely cover your face, you can see him still tied up at this point, kind of recoil a bit. Yes, sir. Yep. Just like that. Just like that. Although, I'm remembering now he did have a beard that was poking out the bottom of the cloak.
I'm gonna take my great axe and point at Bimir. If you suddenly tell me that you can shapeshift, I'm going to murder you. Am I the only one that can't change?
Why would I need to make any changes to this?
I
Good
can
enough
think of a
answer.
few. And then I point at my longsword that's still in the dirt.
And Droop goes back to with his little pole going,
Yeah. Keep it in the dirt.
At least mine reaches the dirt.
was thinking about doing something.
You
I'm not
keep it
gonna
in
do
my
it.
pants.
We're going to keep it classy. All right.
I'm going back to bed. Just remember what I said about messing with the bard.
So
Night, Bimir.
I'm
We're
gonna
just
I'm
gonna
gonna
tie
look
him
at
to a tree and sleep.
There
Yeah,
are no trees.
so-
You were in the plains.
There are no trees. Can I
So-
tie him to me?
You're a tree.
You can I tie him to me and sleep?
You could if you wanted to.
You could be. Are you the big spoon or the little spoon?
Big spoon all day, baby.
This young man seems very uncomfortable. Oh, what do you? I thought I was coming with you. You? Oh, good. Oh, good.
we're not leaving.
Goodness.
You
Oh!
move, you die.
Please don't. Please tell me that's a
It's-
knife. Please. The thing poking me.
I'm just gonna chuckle and I'm gonna go finish my watch.
Just let it happen.
Please, sir.
It'll all be over soon.
Oh, God, I hope
Just
so.
javelin.
And with that, he's gonna lay his head down and keep his eyes open, panicked for most of the evening, feeling the hot breath of Goderic on the back of his neck and something
I'm mumbling
poking
my
the back
sleep,
of his
too.
leg.
I'm just gonna whisper in his ear. Not sure what, just anything. Dreams,
Sweet
fever
nothings?
dreams. Sweet nothings, whatever I dream about.
Bimir takes a picture and posts it on Snapchat.
Fair enough.
Ah.
Alright.
And we continue watch. As the rest of you bed down, and Ashin, you have now turned watched over to Leif and Hysteria.
Is
The two-
everybody else asleep?
Everybody else at this point, yes, would have gone back to bed.
I'm gonna walk over to. Can I stealth over to where Bimir is sleeping?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Jesus.
No,
Oh, God, tack
Hysteria,
on the pine cones
Hysteria
all
and
over.
Leif are keeping watch in the camp, so they would see you.
Well, that's fine. I'm trying to stealth from Bimir. I don't want to wake him up.
Bimir is asleep.
I have disadvantage on my perception check.
I'm gonna roll a stealth check.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
Ah, 16.
I'm gonna
Okay.
reach into. I'm going to stealthily apply caltrips all around where he's sleeping, and then I'm gonna go meditate.
Okay.
Leif and Asteria see this, correct?
You would absolutely see this.
Perfect. Leif looks at Asteria. Should we move those? I think we should move those.
I'm gonna look at Leaf and I'm gonna just shake my head.
Asteria's gonna look at Ashin and tell him in Sylvan, is this really necessary?
I'm gonna respond in Sylvan. He gave me a wedgie. Yes.
She just shakes her head. Continues to watch. Go to sleep.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna meditate.
Okay. As you go meditate, Hysteria and Leif, you continue your watch.
Well, Leif doesn't plan on being up the entire 4 hours for this watch. He just kind of sits there and quiet for a few minutes, and then looks at Hysteria. Could you tell me about the Feywilds?
I mean, what would you like to know?
I mean, I'm not overly familiar with them. The only plane I'm really familiar with is the Shadowfell.
I mean, it has different effects on. Stops for a second, tries to think how to say it. I don't want to be mean, but people like the rest of our party, like, time flows differently. Not like it does for the rest of my people, at least.
So you have a different lifespan?
Kind of. We tend to live a little bit longer than the elves of this plane.
He just nods and you. I think Agatha said you were or you mentioned Agatha you were of the Spring Court. What is that?
Well, for my people, we are separated into the different courts of nature. And based on, and we can shift into any court at any time because people's personalities change. I was born in the Spring Court, and I have always remained in the Spring Court.
Leif actually seems extremely interested in this, and he just doesn't have too many more questions. He pulls back the sleeve of one of his arms and extends his forearm to her. Just touch here.
She kind of looks at him strangely. Kind of touches, like she doesn't really want to, but she's going to.
When Asteria touches Leif, his skin literally feels like you just touched a block of ice.
Is that normal for your
He
people?
pulls his sleeve up and seems for once not super cheerful. No, not really. As I said, the only thing I'm familiar with is the Shadowfell. And when I was really young, I maybe got a little too close to a place I didn't know was part of it. And from then on, my magic and my life energy and everything has just been this. After that, he just kind of gets quiet.
I mean, if it helps, the Feywild isn't a nice place either. There's many dangers there.
Yeah, and you being able to shift and you coming from a place like that made me a bit more comfortable telling someone. So, thanks for listening. And with that, he just kind of gives a nod and goes to sleep.
Easter just smiles and continues to watch.
The rest of your watch is much the same as Ashin's began. You hear the stillness of the night. You kind of embrace it, gazing over the vast plains with your dark vision. Just taking in the glow of the moon and how it feels warm and like home for you. 3 hours in, 4 hours in, and your watch has ended. And the sun crests over the Fars Hills, and it is now morning. And everybody is about to wake up.
She's gonna go around, kind of nudge everyone. Wake up.
Do we have lamb left over? I'm hungry again.
Aren't you always hungry?
Yes.
I'm gonna stand up and grab my bow, and I'm gonna look at him and say, we can go try to find something for breakfast if you want."
Leaf, if you would watch our friend here.
Leaf
We'll be back shortly.
sits up and shrugs. Sure, why not?
He moves, he dies.
I don't think I'm gonna kill him. He probably wants to see his parents in Neverwinter, but sure, we'll threaten him with that. If you
Eh.
move, you die.
Anybody have a preference for breakfast?
Make sure that you get stuff for Asteria this time. Without the groundhogs.
Sure.
It seemed to scare Bimir. You know, we don't want to do that.
Can I make any like a nature check for any birds in the area?
Sure. Go for it.
Is Bimir gonna wake up yet? There are caltrops everywhere.
As Ashin was looking up in the sky for birds, gets a caltrop to the back of the head.
I'm still waiting for you to find them and or step on one.
I made my dexterity save.
Fair.
Fair.
I'm just gonna duck. All's
You
fair.
two.
I don't think you want to go down this path, friend.
At least not until
I'm just gonna
after
quirk an eyebrow at him, and then go back to looking for birds and listening. And
Remember,
I rolled.
one of us is going to write the songs about our adventures.
Leaf just looks at Asteria. I think they're becoming good friends.
I'll buy you a drink later.
Possible?
It's possible.
So birds.
21.
Birds.
I rolled an 18 plus 3.
So as you look around the area, you see in the plains, there are actually not too many birds. You're closer to the coast on the high road, so you see some gulls fly over every once in a while. And occasionally you'll see a small blue jay or kind of a cardinal kind of bobbing about amongst the grass. Nothing too assuming.
I'm gonna look at Goderic and say, "Is it worth me trying to track one of these birds and then try to find some eggs?"
Let me try something first. Can I attempt to call one of the bluebirds to me?
Sure. Go for it. Give me an animal handling check.
Animal handling check. All right.
Oh, I could do that too.
20, 17 plus 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I talk to it and see if it would be willing for me to try to use my beast sense on it?
Rephrase.
Rephrase.
You rolled a 20. I said you succeed.
Ah.
Tell me what you're doing.
Okay. I will use my beast sense on it, and I will tell it to kind of scout the area out and see what we can find. See what we see as in ways of food, and maybe track down some eggs for Ashin.
So the bird kind of looks at you and gives you a little happy chirp chirp, and it flies in the air. And as it comes back down, it lands on your shoulder, and it kind of chirps at you that it sees the same flock of lamb that you had come across before, and some deer that were a bit further away from you. And then it bites your earlobe and tells you that you cannot have its eggs, and flies away.
I was thinking gull eggs, maybe, something that it wouldn't want around stealing its food, not its eggs specifically. How fair. I will let Ashin know about the deer and more lamb.
Well, we had lamb last night. If there's a deer, let's go get the deer.
We probably still have lamb left over from last night.
That's a good point. Well, so I'm gonna just turn around and look at the party, and I'm gonna say, "Well, it looks like we're not having eggs for breakfast." So I'll just go and gather I'll scavenge for some more berries and maybe any root-based vegetables that might be in the area, and bring that back to the camp.
Deer gotta eat something.
As you guys prepare breakfast and then get yourselves together, you now have a captive. What do you do with him?
So we're gonna take him to his parents' house. Let his
Assuming he's
parents
still
deal with it.
tied up.
I will switch his hands from being tied behind his back to the front, and have a leash, maybe I don't know, 5 feet or so, and I will be dragging him along.
As you go to release the binds from the back and tie them in the front, he just looks at you and he goes, for as uncomfortable as that was, you really are quite warm.
Look at
I like
you,
the music
Goderic,
behind this,
making
too.
Friends, animals and people.
I should kill you for that.
I didn't mean offense.
Walk
away. It was quite cozy.
All right. What's your name, by the way, sir?
My name's Thomas, sir.
All right, Thomas. So just stay with me, and I take his lead, and I'll grab the rest of my gear and
He does
make
not
ready as
fight
soon as
you.
we're ready.
He means to walk with you. I will just also have a note that Faded has now become the collector of peoples. He has a goblin and now a human.
I don't think we're keeping the human as a pet.
That goblin was
I don't
supposed to be
think
mine.
that Droop is a pet either.
And you
Stole
guys
my pet.
are off on the road.
Look, if it's your pet, then you gotta take care of potty training it.
Let it shit where
Yeah,
it
let's.
wants.
Yeah, that's gonna go well.
Oh Jesus, Droop, do you need to go to the bathroom?
I did. Back where you showed me last night. Droop did good.
Oh, good job. I'm gonna hold my hand out like a high five, down low, for Droop.
And Droop's just
five,
gonna look
Droop.
at you and take his hand and spit in it, and then reach to put
I'm
it
gonna-
on there.
No spit.
That's what we do as goblin.
Never spit. And he like wipes it on his shirt,
Okay.
puts his hand out,
All right, I'll give him a high five.
and as you smack his hand, he goes,
Oh. Okay. Good.
Good job, Droop.
Okay.
and your party continues to travel for much of the morning into the early afternoon. And as you start to reach around 4 or 5 o'clock, you meet the gates of Neverwinter. You can hear the rush of a river close by, and you see this great city built of stone walls, about 50 feet high. You see these great gates that are open. People are coming and going as you've come closer to the city. There has been more traffic on the high road. You've seen all manner of people with various carts and peddling and merchants. And as you
Can I-
walk in,
Can I stop before we approach?
yes, and as you approach the gates, you take a moment to stop.
I'm gonna like get kind of close to Thomas, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, I'm gonna take this lead off. Do not run. I cannot express to you how bad it will be for you if you try to run from us."
Sir, I saw you cut down all those men. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to see my parents safe.
And I'm gonna remove the bindings.
And as you do, he sprints. No, I'm just kidding. He starts to rub his wrists and is very thankful to now be freed. And he kind of stretches his arms out a little bit. And then settles himself.
I'm just gonna like stand behind him and put my hand on his shoulder and start walking towards the gates.
So is the party now going to enter Neverwinter?
Mm-hmm.
Take us
So-
to your home, Thomas.
Well, we have
As-
to get into Neverwinter first.
So as Thomas walks into Neverwinter, Bimir, you kind of look around as this is a place that you're quite familiar with. Kind of describe what you see.
Thanks for pushing that off on me. So as we enter the gates of Neverwinter, there's a large obviously a large portcullis and guards standing outside looking for troublemakers like us looking for troublemakers as they try and enter the city so they can stop them and make sure the city stays safe. But as we make it through somehow without being molested whatsoever, we come to the grand gates of Neverwinter, and we can see them open for the day's trade, though they do look like they're getting ready to close them as it's getting close to nightfall. Going into the city, the main road leads straight to the center of town. You can see a number of shops on either side with plenty of people doing their last minute business, trying to acquire some items for dinner or collecting their goods that they'd ordered earlier in the day. And we make it to the southwest road and start heading towards Thomas's house, or his parents' house.
And as you do, you pass by a number of buildings. one of them being an open tavern. You can hear music and hear laughing and noise. But you notice that the southeast part of town is a bit more dimly lit. There's a bit more residences. They are closer together, and the buildings kind of come together and almost lean towards each other in an arc. There's faint lights from each of the windows as you walk down the street, and Thomas leads you, and he says, just this way, just a bit up here. And you can see that as Thomas turns a corner, once again, this corner where he lives is even a little bit darker and a little bit poorer. You can see easily how Thomas could have been cornered without knowing or seeing well who his assailant was. And Thomas gets to his door, and he looks. There's a faint glow coming through the window, and he gives a quick knock, knock, and then pushes the door open. And he sees his dad sitting at a table, and his mom is off running around some kind of, busy work at the end of the day. And he walks in. Ma, Dad, I'm home. And they look shocked and surprised and relieved to see him, and both drop what they are doing and run to him and give him a great embrace. Thomas, we thought you were taken. Where did you go? Why did you leave us? Yes, son. Thank God you're home. What happened to you? Where have you been? It's been over a week. And Thomas just looks back at the party. Says, Mom, Dad, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. But these people, they came from a town called PHANDALIN, and I was caught up with some bad people there. And I've come home now. They've, in a way, freed me. But we're not safe. We need to leave Neverwinter. There was a man that cornered me outside of our house. He knew who you were, and he said that he would kill us if I didn't go to PHANDALIN. That's why I left and didn't say goodbye. Please, gather your things. Let's go now. And with that, his parents look rather confused, but his mom immediately goes and starts to grab some of her things while his dad is kind of puzzled. Boy, what do you mean? What do you mean we have to leave? This is our home. This is where I work. I have the cart. How are we supposed to make a living if I don't do that here? Because Dad, I don't know, but we have to go somewhere.
Excuse me.
And they all turn to you.
Look, my name is Bimir. I'm a bard, and I believe that I might have some contacts with people here that may be able to help you. But first I have some questions. Have you ever seen anybody matching the description of, tell them, Thomas, tell them what you told me about the man.
And he looks back at you and looks at his dad. Dad, these are the people that freed me. And his mother has come back from grabbing things. She's like, look, if we're going to go, we must go. But first, get inside. Get off the street. And she ushers the group inside and shuts the door.
Okay.
I'm going to stand leaning against the door.
And then Thomas recalls the explanation here, or the description he gave to you under your captivity to his parents. And his parents look at each other and have this look of just pale concern over their faces. Couldn't be. He goes, son, I've heard of things, but I didn't think it was true. Apparently there's a group that has been recruiting people, taking them away to go work for some person. I don't know, I've only heard rumors, but I mean, it would make sense. I mean, our neighbors, they lost their son and daughter but a month ago. It all makes sense now.
Can you tell me anything about these rumors?
I mean, the only rumor is that there's people that were running around at night in cloaks, and I mean, everybody wears a damn cloak. But, I mean, they're around in cloaks, and they've been going around recruiting people to work for some person, and then they just up and leave. I didn't even think that that's what could have happened to Thomas.
Okay. I don't think it's a bad idea if you guys have some place to go out of town. What exactly is your trade, sir?
I mean, I just run a little fruit cart. Every day I go and I buy some fruit from a local grove, and then I put it in a cart, and I go out and I sell the fruit. It's how I make me living.
Okay.
Can I recommend that they go down to Phandalin? Maybe Eldermath could have use for him in the orchard.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an option. And if they don't need him in Phandalin, I've got, well, I've got some contacts in Leyland. I wouldn't exactly refer them from me, but you can also, if you can make it to Waterdeep, there's some contacts I have there that might be able to help you get set up.
That would be most helpful. I would appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
But go ahead if it's okay with you. I'd like to see if I can find anything out from the people that I know here, and if the rest of you wouldn't mind staying with them to make sure they stay safe, I can go locate some people.
At least take somebody with you, Bimir. Because I don't know this city. I know you do, but
I don't know if the people that I'm gonna try and contact would appreciate that. So
okay. No,
it's
that's
probably
fine.
best if I go on my own.
Life just puts up a hand. But you need someone with you that they're familiar with?
I mean, they're familiar with me.
All right, go on, have fun. Just come back.
We'll keep watch on the house.
Okay. And Bimir will slip out.
Just as you're about to reach for the door, you hear a crash, and a window breaks, and a rock with something painted on it has fallen into the residence and broken through the window.
I'll
to
go
Rick,
look
pick
at
it
it.
up.
Don't
As you
touch
pick-
it.
You're just going to look at it? You're not going to touch it?
Don't touch it.
Don't touch it. I will
It-
reach for it and then not because he told me not to. Why? It's just a rock.
What's painted on it?
As you look at the rock, what's painted on it is half towards the ground, but you can see what appears to be are little lines coming from something larger. It's painted black.
Is there any way I can recognize it without picking it up to turn it over?
Flip it over with a weapon.
Yeah.
I hand Bimir my quarterstaff to use to poke at it, maybe to move it, try to flip
Yeah.
it over.
I'll flip it over with the quarterstaff.
As you go to flip it over with the quarterstaff, the stone kind of falls over normally because it's just a normal stone. And you see the painting.
Look, it could have been a gazebo. All I'm saying.
You see what's painted on is a very crude but distinct image of a black spider on it.
He'll go to the window and look out and see if he can see whoever threw it.
He cannot. Or you cannot.
Okay.
I'm gonna open up the door and go outside and shut the door behind me.
I'm gonna follow Ashin.
You're gonna hit
and
the
see if
door.
I'm going to open the door and follow Ashin and see if I can see any tracks from whoever was, messing with people.
Even in this poor section of the southeast part of Neverwinter, there are still stone floors. You see no tracks.
All right.
Can I hear anyone moving away with quickness off the stone?
Not over the sound of other people moving around, just normally.
That's what I was afraid of.
I'm gonna look in through the broken window and just say that it's clear.
All right. Let me go see if I can find my people, and the rest of these guys will stay here and protect you for the meantime. Go ahead and start getting your stuff together. You might have to move out sooner than I thought.
And as you tell them this, the wife has already, or his mom has already collected a bunch of their things, and she's ready to go now. His dad is now convinced that it's time to move, and reluctantly goes and gathers, kind of his kind of weaponry that he has for his home, and maybe anything else of value.
Bimir is going to pull. He's going to pick up the stone first of all and put it in his pocket, and then he's going to pull.
It's a sizable stone. It's probably the size of a grapefruit.
Oh, well, then he's not going to pick it up and put it in his pocket. That's awfully hard to throw something that large.
Got to break the window. And be large enough to have painted a spider on it.
Spiders tiny. Anyway, so he'll try and pick up the stone and then point at Godoruk and have him pick up the stone, and then reach in his pouch and give the man 10 gold pieces. Look, use this and get to safety.
He's just gonna look at you. I mean, thank you, sir. This is more money than I see in a month.
Why don't we have them meet us in PHANDALIN? Because it's closer than Waterdeep.
Yeah, I'm just worried about. Well, yeah.
So while you go off, maybe we can escort them out of the city.
If you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't think it will take me very long to get to where I'm going.
Just meet us at the gate.
Well, there's an inn we could meet at. Let's see. I didn't write one down. Okay. There's an inn off the main road to the south called the Silver Star. We can meet there.
All right. So we'll meet you there after we escort them safely out of the city.
Okay.
We'll
split the party.
About an hour passes. You're able to collect the family and make them to the southern gate of Neverwinter. And as you do, they kind of thank you greatly for everything that you have done, even in this short period of time, making them feel safer. And they start their way down the high road. And as they walk away, Thomas kind of raises his hand to you as a goodbye and a thank you all in one. And you make your way back to the Silver Star. As you're doing this, Bimir, what are you doing?
I'm going to try and locate the contacts that I started making whenever I was looking for my dad. So I'm going to start, go back to some of the places that I went before. And basically I'm going to ask around and see if I can find any information about a Harper contact, or if they don't have any information about that, if I trust them enough, that I'm going to ask them about the spider. Sorry.
Give me a survival check? Just give me a survival check. We'll call it survival because it's for survival.
It's probably investigation.
That would be a better check.
I got a 13.
A 13. So you're able to meet up with one of your contacts who recognized you walking down the street. And after a brief exchange, letting you know, where you let him know you still haven't found anything more about your dad, and neither has this contact, they do let you know that they have noticed an increase of activity around these so-called kind of called kidnappings, if you will, or forced recruitments of people working for this spider. And that activity has picked up over the last month, and that there have been no less than 10 that have met this fate, all with the same story. No trace, no nothing. They're just gone, and their families don't understand what's going on with them. But if any try to resist, then they get basically intimidated using some type of a spider moniker.
Okay. Do they have any information about any? Can I find a Harper agent?
Yeah, that's who you were talking to.
Oh. Okay. Basically, I'm going to pass on to him what we had discovered about the group that we had heard about from I've got to look up names.
Mosque?
From Yarno.
Oh, from Yarno. Okay.
Yeah, the information that we got about got from Yarno about the group of people that are trying to do things in the area that are being directed by the spider, and that they had the whole red brand thing, and that we think that the goblins are involved, right? Because we got the goblins are involved, and we think that there are people held up or that there are goblins and a goblin king held up in Cragmar Castle, King Groll in Cragmar Castle. And if there's any information that they can give us about the location of the castle, or any more information about the spider, then me and my group and I would probably like to take action against them.
The agent basically thanks you for all that information and relays to you that they are aware of the spider's presence. They did not yet know that this was a drow that they were dealing with. But now that they know that, they're going to do some more investigating to see if they can find anything else, especially looking more into the betrayals within the Lord's Alliance. And from there, they tell you that they are not familiar with the castle, but that if they hear anything or if they're able to discern anything more about this whole encounter endeavor, that they will pass that on to Sister Garela within Phandalin.
Okay. If you find anything out quicker, I'm gonna try and get us set up at the Silver Star. And we're probably gonna head to Thundertree in the morning. See if we can find more information about the castle.
Okay.
All right, then I'll leave from there and check. I'll probably check with a couple other contacts to see if they have any information about my dad, just because, and then head back to the star. They probably don't. So.
Okay.
I'll head to the Silver Star, which I just made up.
I know.
So
So,
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when we get to the Silver Star, can I buy a couple of tankards of mead for me and Goderic?
No.
Can
You
you?
cannot go to an inn and purchase mead.
Rude.
There is no mead left at the inn.
No mead.
A very
No mead.
thirsty band of orcs led by a blade of Ilnaval drained them of their liquor not 2 days ago.
Makes sense.
I
Makes sense.
rage and flip all the tables. I want mead.
So we'll be. I'll look at Goderic and say, "Hey, let's get a couple of drinks, and we'll sit at the bar, and I'll just hand him a tankard, and I'll look at Leif. If you want one, I'll set it on the bar, and then I'll look at Droop, and I'll say, "How old are you, Droop?"
I don't know.
Sheen, I don't think that's a very good idea.
And
Many
I'll set
moons.
I'll set a tankard of mead in front of him.
Oh,
Oh God.
what's this?
Mead.
Hmm. Smell
doesn't
better
taste
than
very
bugbear
good.
piss. Hmm.
Not much. Not much.
And as you enter the Silver Star and sit down at the bar, you look around and see that this is a fairly kind of comfortable looking inn. It's made, there's the warm light emanating from the far wall where there's a open fire pit. There's a bunch of patrons all drinking. There's a bard singing off in the corner. And it's just a very light atmosphere, which is juxtaposed against these feelings that you just had of panic, where this family has basically been intimidated and threatened by the spider. And it brings you almost a sense of calm. And as you sit down to the bar, the barkeep, who is this, I don't know, middle-aged woman, comes over to you. Oi there, boys. What'll it be?
Mead.
Well, of course, mead. Do you want the good mead, or do you want the shite mead?
Do I look like I want the shite mead?
You look to me like you've been traveling.
Right.
What you don't look to me is whether or not I know you have coin to pay for the good mead.
How much is how much is a tankard of the good mead?
A silver piece.
All right. I'll take 5.
Well, all right then. Mr. Moneybags, show me
I'll
your
put the-
silver. I'll get you
I'll
your
put the-
mead.
I'll put the silver pieces on the counter.
And her eyes kind of get big, and she claps her hand on it, slides it back off into her apron, says, 5 pints of mead coming up. And she goes, and you can see that there's kind of a large cask that seems like is where everybody's going to get mead. And next to it, there is a dark oak cask that is about half the size. And she goes to that one and fills 5 pints of the good mead and brings it back to you.
I'm
just gonna put like 3 gold pieces, just slam down 3 gold pieces. Bring me all the meat you have.
You want all the meat? Oh. All right there. Fix you right up with the meat. Give you some
gonna
meat. And she
spread out
goes
the-
right in the back, and she's ready to bring you all the meats. It's Arby's up in this bitch. She's about to come out with it.
I spread the
Gold
tankards
pieces
out to
worth.
everybody.
Lade
So is
puts his
that
hand up.
so?
I'm
So
good.
for sake of argument, that is everybody but Bimir now has a pint of the good mead.
Well, I guess Leaf's not gonna drink, so when Bimir gets in here, he's gonna have a pint waiting for him.
You can have mine.
Bimir, at this point, you kind of wander in through the door, noticing that everything is kind of at peace here. You're looking around for your party, and you see them sitting at the bar, of course. Hard to miss a half-orc sitting at a bar. And as you walk up to the one open chair left at the bar, you see the bartender bring out 2 ginormous plates of meat. Literally a side of beef, as in the side of the cow of beef, cooked and slow roasted. It smells amazing. And just plops it down with a big thud right on the table. And the next you can see is just a stack of what seems to be poultry. There's some wings, there's some thighs, there's some breasts, there's dark meat, there's white meat. It's just all dripping with just drippings of fat and smells glorious, and plops it right down in front of you. And she holds her hand up. And she goes back and she brings out one more plate. And you can see that there's just a whole pork butt sitting on a plate. And then she brings out the pig head and plops it right on top and puts a big knife through the entire thing so it stays there. It's not all the meat we have, but it's pretty close.
Asteria suddenly feels nauseous.
Did you order the buffet?
I'm
Are
sorry,
you
did y'all
planning?
want some?
She's
Are you
just
planning on feeding the whole inn?
I was not aware that I was sharing.
And as you do that, many
You're
of the
going-
surrounding patrons all look at you now and are staring at you at the bar. You have made quite the spectacle of yourself ordering all of this meat.
And then I'm gonna raise my hand real quick. Ma'am, could you bring out like some vegetables and fruit for the lady here?
Aye. And she goes back. And she comes back. She comes back with a very lovely bowl of salad. There's a few tomatoes in there. Looks like they've sliced up some cucumbers and a few carrot shavings on top. And she brings out what you can only, think of as might be like a vinaigrette type of dressing where, some local seeds mixed in with some vinegar. It just has a nice aroma to it. Here you go, lass. I'm not much for the meat either.
She just smiles, nods her head.
Godoruk, how much do you weigh? 8, 9, 10 stone?
Enough.
And
hopefully more by the end of the night.
you're going to eat roughly half of that in meat in one sitting.
I'm just gonna grab a chicken leg and just start eating it.
Leif,
And Bimir, as you question this, you hear Godoric's stomach go. He's hungry.
I look at Godoric's stomach and look at the chicken, the whole chicken, and try and match up the size of that one plate of meat with the size of Godoric's stomach.
He's just
Siri-
gonna start going to town. Just,
Siri just kind of holds up her hand and talking to Bimir, like, it's probably best that you don't question it.
I'm just gonna eat. Like I'm gonna eat whatever's offered there.
Leif is okay with meat, but he just kind of looks at all of it. He's like, I'll have what she's having.
Can I have some bread, ma'am?
Oh,
I'm gonna look at
bread,
Asteria.
hi. And she literally reaches under the counter and just plops this half stale, day-old bread on the counter there for you.
I pick it up and I knock it on the bar, and it's like,
What?
Grab it. I'm gonna take it from him and break it.
It's still good.
I've had worse.
Don't be
Alright.
picky.
I'm
It's all
gonna
we
give
got.
some-
Look,
some-
you
I'm
bought
gonna-
all of the food. You, they don't have anything else. You bought it all.
He bought all the meat. I bought some mead. By the way, here, I hand Bimir one of the tankards.
What's this?
Mead.
Is it the good mead or the shite
It's-
mead?
It's the good mead.
Okay.
I made sure.
Bimir, as you go in to smell the tankard, you go, oh, and you get a honeyed aroma. And you can tell that this is a honey flavored mead, which from your experience at many a tavern means that this is probably very good mead.
Bimir will enjoy it. Slightly further, well, there's only one spot left on the bar. Sitting on the far side of the stool from Godoric.
Fair enough. I'm just gonna down my first tankard of mead and ask for another.
Oh no. That great
I'm
mead.
sick enough.
And she looks
I'm
at
gonna-
you and she says, okay. And she looks at you for coin.
I toss her a silver piece.
And she goes, fills your tankard,
Oh,
puts it back in front of
no.
you.
Oh god.
So I'm gonna grab some of the meat, and I'm just gonna like put it on a plate or whatever, and give it to Droop. Here's some food, buddy. Enjoy the mead.
Oh,
Right.
safe?
All right. Bimir is going to flag down the innkeeper person.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
I am. My name is Bimir. I'm a bard of the House of Lore, and I was wondering if your resident performer might need a break. In perhaps I could perform in exchange for a room and board
Well-
for me and my friends.
I mean, you certainly look the part. She looks you over.
I
Are you
tried.
Are you with the meat guy?
Define with.
Leif chimes up. He is definitely with the meat guy.
I'm
Well, in that case,
with the meat guy.
you know what? Go for it. This should be interesting. and she walks away. And she walks to the other end of the establishment and taps the bard on the shoulder, and you can hear her kind of, or you can see that she's like, explaining and gesturing with her hands that he needs to wrap it up and that someone's going to be coming to replace him. And he looks a bit annoyed and then goes and sits on a table next to the stage and is waiting to see who takes up his mantle.
Okay, well, Bimir will get his loot, and he will grab his drum, and he'll cast Unseen Servant, hand the drum to the Unseen Servant, and start playing some music.
Before you get up on stage, the bard is looking at you. And as you get closer, his eyes get bigger. And he recognizes you. And he goes, Bimir, you son of a bitch! Always trying to outdo me! You'll never outdo Jerry! Jerry the bard is the best bard in Neverwinter! You can feck right off! Boo this man! Boo him!
Always like you, Jimmy, to boo before I've even played a note.
It's
That's
Jerry,
why
you know it! You smug bastard!
That's why you were the best bard in Neverwinter, Jimmy.
Don't you forget it! Now feck off! I've got money to make! I don't come from some family of wealth, you bastard! This is my tavern!
Have yourself a seat and enjoy your little break. We're going
I'll
to play
enjoy
something.
shitting in your cup!
We're going to play something that these people never have heard. Good music. Bimir starts playing the lute.
And he grabs his loot.
Playing the
He
drum.
grabs his loot and lifts a leg and farts in your direction. And then walks out of the establishment. Boo this man! Boo this man! You'll see! He's shite. He's shiter than shite. His shite sings worse than a goblin's arse. And Droop goes, hey.
Oh, you want to... Should we have a bard off?
And with that, Jerry turns around. Oh! You think you can best me in a game of bards? Oh!
I know I can best you.
You rue the day, sir. But fine. Let's do it. And as you're doing this, the barkeep or the bartender who's standing there is just literally, again, cleaning a cup. And she's just...
Ladies and gentlemen of the Silver Star, what you are about to witness is a feat of inspiration that will knock your socks off and leave you home rolling in laughter. This is a bard off. Not very often do two bards engage in a bard off, but now you will witness one yourselves this very night. Now, since this is Jimmy's home turf, I will graciously allow him to try and impress you first. But know that me and my unseen friend here will be right behind him to console you at having to have listened to him for the last 5 minutes. So, without any further ado, Jimmy, give him the best you got.
Before he goes up, Godoruk is going to stand up, raise his tankard, and say, I got 1 gold piece on the ugly one.
I got 10 on Bimir.
All right.
Take your wagers right here.
I'm gonna
I'll let you
do
choose
I'm gonna
who the ugly
do
one is.
a straight roll performance check on this. Bimir, what is your charisma modifier?
My charisma modifier?
Being a bard, what is your charisma
a-
modifier?
My charisma modifier is a +6.
All right. I'm gonna give Jerry a +3 because he can only be half the bard that you are.
Of course.
But with that said, he rolled a 15, so you're going to have to beat an 18 to outdo his performance.
I got a 23.
Fuck you. All right. So Jerry walks up and he gets his loot. He says, "Good people of the Silver Star, you know that I am here for you every evening. Prepare to be regaled with one of the greatest lullabies ever written." And he starts strumming. Twinkle, 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 little star, how I wonder where you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
Get off the stage.
Oh, shut it, you feckin' outsider. Pay
Liz
me.
quietly claps.
Beat that, you son of a bitch. Says to Bimir.
Oh, is it my turn? It seems you've put me and half the audience to sleep. What kind of man sings a lullaby when what these people obviously need is a song that will entertain them? Am I right?
Yeah.
I said, am I right?
Yeah.
Bo!
I'm eating.
Sit down, Jimothy. It's my turn. So Bimir gets up and picks up his lute, and he says, and he starts singing a song. Says, I'm trying to think. Bimir knows many songs.
Ariabart knows his lyrics, you cheap hack.
Okay, Bimir goes, "Do you fear the force of the wind, the slash of the rain? Go face them and fight them. Be savage again. You'll go hungry and cold like the wolves. Go hungry and cold like the wolves." And he keeps singing. I'm not gonna sing
And the
whole song.
crowd appears to be on Bimir's side as they raise their tankards and go, yeah! And Jerry just looks at you. No, don't cheer for this man. He made up those lyrics. That's not even a real fucking song. Oh,
Boo,
fuck you
Jimothy!
all. And he stomps off and leaves with his little tight pants in a wad as he goes, slamming the door behind him. The barkeep just looks over. Well, that was surely entertaining. And the music keeps playing, and the night goes on. Are you going to choose to stay in the inn? Yes, because the bartender walks over to you and she goes, "Well, my name is Sally, and I am the night manager of this establishment. Just seeing anyone piss off Jerry that bad is definitely worth a room and board. So, you can have the upstairs room. There's a family room, and then there's another family room. I'll give you those 2 rooms. That's all I can spare tonight. But hey, you've earned it."
More than enough. Thank you very much, Sally.
I sequester another tankard of mead for another.
Sequester another taker.
Give me a Constitution save, Godoric.
It is a 19.
Now give me a Dexterity saving throw.
7.
So, Godoric, as you get up after your third tankard of the good stuff, which, to be fair, is probably somewhere in the area of like 10 to 12% alcohol, you're getting up and you feel lightheaded and you stumble backwards. And you catch yourself and you just kind of feel lightheaded. And everyone's looking at you.
I rage.
Oh God.
And with that, your muscles swell and the adrenaline pumps through your body as you feel embarrassed.
Fair enough. Can I flip an unattended table?
No.
No, we're not.
As
We're
you
staying
go-
in this establishment.
As you go to flip
I will
a
make an
table,
I will make
as
an
you
attempt to grapple
go
him.
to flip the table, I will, go ahead. Roll for grapple. Give me a strength contest. So
Oh,
roll for
God.
strength, Godoric.
Fun.
Oh, this will be interesting.
For strength or like athletics?
Strength.
Itself? Strength, okay.
Shouldn't this be at a disadvantage?
It is at a disadvantage.
It-
Yes, with
it doesn't
disadvantage
matter.
because you are drunk.
I rolled a 4.
17.
Yep. So, Godoric, as you stumble over and you raise, and you literally have grabbed a table and you are about ready to flip it, and the people that are sitting at it are looking at you with wide eyes and food half in their mouth going, huh? And all of a sudden, Ashin comes from behind you and grapples you. Somehow, in all your strength and rage, and he clasps his hands together like this around your shoulders, and you are unable to move.
I think it's time for bed, big fella.
I still have meat left.
You could drink it in the morning, and I'm gonna make an
Meat,
attempt to
not
start
meat.
dragging him upstairs.
Godoric, give me a strength save.
Uh, 8.
I don't think that's gonna do it. Ashin, you continue to drag him up the stairs to the room, and you
5.
shove him onto a bed. And Godoric, you fall face first, and immediately you're asleep,
Fair enough.
passed out drunk.
I'm gonna.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have some meat to share with everybody.
On the house.
And with that, everybody turns and raises their tankards again. Yay! And whatever music has been going from the unseen servant gets a bit louder. And all the tavern comes in to enjoy this mountain of meat on the table.
When I get back downstairs, I'm gonna pull out the bottle that Toblin gave me, and I'm gonna just walk up to a random person and offer them a shot of the good brew.
Oh no.
You walk up to this guy who's already half drunk. Sure, I'll take whatever you're having, mister.
I take a shot with him.
And he goes, hi. He clink glasses and he pulls it back and he goes, that's some good stuff. Oh, man, you could power a horse from Neverwinter to Leyland with that stuff. Oh my goodness. Whew. And with that, he literally just sits back in his chair and falls over.
I move on to the next person.
This time, this person is not so intoxicated already, and they're gonna look at you and go, And they're gonna look down, and they're gonna point
wiggle the bottle at him. Come on, don't be scared.
Somebody across the table will go, you there, get there.
All right, I'll pour them one.
And they stand up. Good stuff. Good stuff.
It just, I'm doing a Constitution check, and I just rolled a 15.
At this point, Ajin, you have started to sway back and forth with your movements after your tankard and your shots.
I'm gonna walk up to the next guy.
The next guy is going to take the alcohol from you, pour it in a shot glass, and hand it back to you, and you're going to knock back both of them. And when you do that, you're going to go and give me a dex save.
I rolled a natural 1.
And with that, you are going to literally throw back these shots. Your eyes are going to get real big. And you're going to make that little sound, a little, and you're going to fall backwards and stone on flat on your back and just with your eyes open. You're out
What
cold.
can I say, folks? It's not a party until someone passes out.
And with that, you hear, ah!
Leif tilts his head as he looks at Sheen and then shrugs and gets up and goes and helps him up and all right, come on. Time for you to go to bed now too. Or meditate. Whatever you do with your eyes open.
Where's my bottle?
No bottles. And Leif very uncomfortably tries to pull him to a room.
Asteria's gonna come over and try to help with her, meager strength.
Leif, give me a
She'll lift
strength
his
check
feet.
with advantage.
I can walk.
You are unconscious, sir.
You're out.
So I rolled a 16, but I get a -1, so 15.
All right. So between you and Asteria, you're able to clumsily get him up the stairs, and you throw him in the bed next to Godoruk again, face first. Just, and they're both just sawing logs up in the room up there.
I spoon him unconsciously.
What?
And Ashin goes,
Like if you want to be the big spoon, pass out first.
so warm.
Yeah, no. I'm
No, there's no spooning. You're both passed out in beds. You're fine. It's no spooning. And the night carries on, and you all have one memorable evening. There's been a bard off. There's been drinking. There's been meat. By God, they're going to rename this place the Arby Star. They have the meats. And everybody kind of goes for last call, and the fire dies down. The music slows. And as you all settle down for bed, the dreams take you.
Oh God, what happened to Droop?
What happened?
Oh God.
All right, so
Asteria meditated and had Droop with her the whole time. Okay?
Okay.
And we're done.
So here's what happened. As the party collected itself for the evening, Asteria looked around and was trying to find their goblin companion. And as she looked around, she saw nothing. And so she looked a little harder and found that Droop had drank half his pint of mead and had passed out head first in between his chair and the table, or in the bar. And he was just passed out hanging like this.
You would have picked him up and brought him to lay in the room with the other drunk ass fools.
And as you all go down for the night, some of you have the presence of mind to reflect on that combat and the effect that you're having on the world around you. Thinking back about Thomas and how he was really a misfortune of happenstance. And you wonder how many more of those red brands that you cut down were also victims of his same fate. And you also see that driving them away from town has had consequences. And you already knew that the spider had had influence in Neverwinter, but now have one more piece to that puzzle of how just nefarious his actions really are. And as you are all taking in this night, those of you that can level, I want you to tell me about your levels. So, Leif, we'll start with you.
Leif has just been slowly getting a better idea of, his magic and things like that. He's kind of gotten the idea that there's more that he can do with what he has in his arsenal of magic. And he figures out that there are ways for him to use his innate Shadowfell magic powers to use multiple spells in quick succession, or to split the spells to do two different things at once, two different targets at once. And then he also figured out a way to teleport in short bursts every so often, and by taking Misty Step.
Awesome. Hysteria. What happens during your meditation?
During Asteria's meditation, she discovers that she has found the ability to ritual cast some of her spells instead of always having them prepared ahead of time. But because she is a Circle of the Moon druid, she already has the benefits that she would have gotten if she was not.
Oh.
So.
And then Bimir, tell me about your level.
So Bimir has found that by thinking in certain ways and studying the combats that we've been in before, that he can use spells in new ways and is better at holding his concentration while being in battle. He can now use spells to strike at somebody that has an opening instead of just using his sword. And even if he gets hit, he can probably still maintain concentration on a spell that he has ongoing.
Awesome. While the rest of you did not level, one of you was unfortunately met with a
Death.
horrible, intense dream. Ashin, in the night in your sleep, you start to sweat and you start to toss. You start to turn. What's happening?
I am surrounded by what look like other elves as myself, other wood elves, and we're just firing into an endless stream of goblins coming out of like a hole in the side of a mountain, and it's nonstop. And I get the feeling that it doesn't matter how many arrows we put into this hole. There's just too many of them. And eventually the elven brethren around me just fall. And I'm surrounded, and no matter how many arrows I put into goblins, there's always 3 goblins to take one's place. And then the nightmare just kind of shifts, and my village is on fire. And I'll groan in my sleep. And then the dream will shift again, and all I see is my mentor with a werewolf on top of him, just clawing at his face and biting at him. And I'll try to shoot, but my bow breaks. And that's when I wake up.
As you wake up, beads of sweat start rolling down the side of your face. You look around. No one else is awake. You see Goderic and Droop. You lay back down with your eyes open, alert, and trying to figure out what that meant. And as you do, you feel that mark on your arm start to pulse just slightly. And it is morning. For the rest of you, good morning, Neverwinter.
I have a headache.
You would.
You're all downstairs having breakfast at this point.
Is there any meat left?
Bimir orders prairie oysters for Ashin and Goderic and Droop.
Oh,
I'm just gonna come downstairs, and I'm gonna look at the like the barkeep or barmaid, and just ask if they have coffee.
sure, we've got coffee. I'll bring you some.
I would, thank you. And I'm gonna sit down next to Bimir, and just put my head down, like,
Here, drink this. Over, right, Minnie?
nah, no.
Droop is literally just got his head on the table.
What you give, Droop? Head hurt so
Here, Droop.
bad.
Droop, drink this. It'll help.
And he picks his head up.
So I drink it.
He pushes it away.
Smell
It's
awful.
it's fine. I promise. It'll help. You'll feel better. Just hold your nose and drink it down.
So I just look at Droop, and I drink mine, like holding my nose.
Oh, you're Droop gonna die.
I'm gonna come in and sit on the other side of Bimir and just stare off into space.
Bimir slides him his prairie oyster.
I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm just gonna
Drink up.
throw it back. Tastes like shite.
Yeah, but you'll feel better soon.
I want more meat.
Oh, I'm afraid that
You smell like meat.
yeah, you need a bath. Woo. Maybe that's Droop.
Greasy.
No,
Greasy.
still went to bathroom.
Good job, Droop.
Thank you.
High five. I just high five. Eyes closed, like not wanting to see any light.
Mhm.
He just puts his hand up to yours with his head down still, just hoping that you'll hit it.
I do, lightly.
Nice.
Are you sure? Make a dexterity. No, I'm just
No.
kidding.
18.
So as you all stare around and you kind of rouse yourselves and your faculties come back to you a little bit, you start to discuss the day. What will you do?
They looks at Bimir. So, find anything interesting with your friends, or are we just off the Thundertree now?
Well, I don't think we're gonna have anything about the spider anytime soon. But they did say that if we heard anything, they would send word to PHANDALIN for us.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but the spider's been digging a little bit too deep for my tastes. So after we figure out all this stuff with Gundren, I'd like to see if we can track him down.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry.
Are you good?
But yeah, I think for today though, we should head for Thundertree.
Let's do it.
Sounds
I'm ready
good.
to go. I'd like that coffee. I raise my hand and wave it.
Well,
Wait
we
for
can
my
wait.
Coffee.
We can wait for breakfast. Yeah.
You've already had breakfast at this point. She's already
Ah.
given it to you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good. I like.
That's what I said. You've
drink-
collected yourselves. You've had breakfast. You're all kind of restored to a certain point.
Okay.
Are we
Well-
saying it's time for us to get on the road?
It's
Yeah.
time.
Let's do
It
it.
is time.
All right. As you collect yourselves and your things from the Silver Star, you guys make your way out of Neverwinter back into the plains.
Oh, Bimir, before he leaves, he will write a note and ask the innkeeper to give it to Joey. And the note says, sorry, Joey, for showing you up last night. I hope you'll forgive me, Bimir.
She takes the note. He goes, for Jerry.
Oh, yeah, Jerry.
He's still going to be pissed. It's all right.
Cross out Joey on the note and write Jimothy.
All right.
Vinny.
And now you all are
sorry.
making your way down, well, not down, over some plains. It's probably around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning by the time you leave Neverwinter. And you're making your way to Thundertree, taking in the Great Plains around you. You follow the river down, 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 until you start to reach the edge of the forest. And the forest starts to grow a bit thicker. And as it does, you happen upon this old ruins of a city, which you can only assume to be Thundertree. Around you, you see buildings, most of which don't have roofs. You can see that roots have grown and reclaimed much of the stone. Does someone want to give me a history check? about here.
I will.
Let's let the druid do that.
Got an 18.
For the sorcerer. I don't know if he's got history.
I do. I got an 18.
So, Thundertree was once a bustling town. And as Myrna from PHANDALIN let you know, something happened. Basically, there was a eruption that happened on a nearby mountain, and it clouded the area in magic ash. And as it did, things started to happen to the town. Ash zombies walked the streets, terrorizing the people. Creatures of unknown origin moved into the town and drove everyone away. As you stand at the entrance to this town, you see a building to your right, to your left, an old, overgrown street. Still somewhat open, surprisingly. Where do you go?
Just for the sake of brevity, probably to the south there to that first building.
Are there is there wildlife around that I could maybe speak
It is
to?
eerily still.
So
Wait.
I'll take that right and just start walking towards those two buildings to the south and kind of point at the one that's right below the party.
This one? You go
Yeah.
inside?
No, I want to see if I can perceive any noise from inside.
With your passive perception, you perceive no noise from inside. And it does not have a door. As you look inside, you can see just rubble. It's a cottage with no roof. Weeds are rampant. But it appears to
I'll
be
just-
empty.
Motion to the party that I want to I want to go in there and check it out just to make sure it is completely clear.
As you walk in and look around, you see nothing.
Okay. I'll turn around and go back out
Okay?
and then move towards the building directly to the south. The L shape.
This one down here?
Miro kind of motion for everybody to kind of follow him and
Mm-hmm.
see if we can find this druid.
You start to move down the path and you peer into the next area.
I'll approach that building a little closer and look inside.
These ruined side-by-side cottages look as though they might have been homes for prosperous shopkeepers or well-off farmers in their time. All that remains, though, are the debris, and several young trees have actually grown up inside.
I'll just turn around and look at the party and say, "Hey, all I see in here is like overgrowth. It's all ruined."
Leif just kind of peeks over at it. Well, weren't we also looking for the druid ride-off, but wasn't there an alchemy shop here?
Yeah, we can still look for it.
Yeah. Perhaps that's the larger building there to the north.
We
Yeah,
could
let's go
out
check that one out.
Someone give me a perception check. Or what's your passive perception? What's everybody's passive perception?
12.
11.
14.
14.
I just wanted to know that for myself. Okay. So you say you're going to move as a party to the north?
See about that larger building. Maybe that's the alchemy shop.
As you move over to this building, you see a weathered signboard over the door as a faded image of a workhorse holding a flagon of ale. The building is sagging and dilapidated, but it's more intact than the ones across the road. Appears to be an old tavern.
I'll listen to see if anything's moving around in there.
Give me a perception check.
14.
You hear nothing.
I kick the door.
I'm gonna move a little closer to the door, and I'm gonna listen myself to try to see if I can hear anything.
You hear nothing.
I move Vashin out of the way and I kick the door down.
As you
Light
kick
shakes
down
his
the
head.
door, 4 ash zombies stir to life and start stumbling towards you.
Well, shit.
And we roll for initiative.
19.
Of course.
Hold
19.
on. Hold on.
It's got to set up the combat, guys.
Ugh.
Guys are so anxious.
Well, you said roll for initiative, so
One
I
of
did.
us is very
That's what I'm
anxious.
supposed to say. All right. Ashin, what do you got?
19.
Okay.
19.
Next.
19 as well.
Good God. Okay. Steery.
5.
Lovely. Bimir,
I'm still on 9.
you're still on 9. 9.
Rolled another 4.
You might need to put that D20 in the microwave.
Well, I can't put the browser window in the microwave.
Put it in the toilet and wash the crap off of it. Anyway.
It's my work monitor.
Ooh. Yep. All right. So, Gutteruck, you kick down the door and you're up first.
I'm actually going to try out dual wielding for once.
Okay.
Since I can do that, so I have my mace and my warhammer, and whichever one is closest, I'm going to go for. I will rage as well
Raging is good.
because I need to do that more often.
It's a good thing to do.
And so my warhammer for hit will be 16,
Okay, that will hit.
and the mace is 18.
That will also hit. Which one are you taking? The one for closest in?
Yeah, the closest one.
Okay.
For 17 damage.
Total?
Yes.
Okay. And give me a Constitution saving throw.
$15.
As you kick down the door of this building, these zombies come to life. They were almost part of the floor at this point, but your presence has made them hungry, and they start to come towards you. And as they do, you take your mace and your hammer. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Mace and a hammer. You don't have a mace, you have a maul.
I have a mace as well.
You have a mace as well?
Yes.
You have a
maul is
mace, a
well
great axe, a
heavy.
maul, and a... Good God, man.
And a quarterstaff. I just haven't used it yet.
All right. Fair enough.
Man of many weapons.
Man of many blunt weapons. And you
And a
take
crossbow.
both... You take both weapons and you slam them into each of the shoulders of the zombie. And it gets brought to its knees. And as it does, it opens its mouth and releases a cloud of ash. And just in time, you back up before it's able to get to you.
Little help here, guys.
Leif, it is your turn.
I even get in there.
You can move through the player space.
Oh, that's true.
Don't overthink the map. Just roleplay.
Fair. Leif kind of peeks into the doorway and sees the one right in front of Godoruk and just casts Eldritch Blast at it.
Nice. Roll to hit.
22. And damage.
That'll hit.
10 damage.
And as you see this zombie close to you as you walk in the door, you just instinctively Eldritch Blast at it, and you blow it back against the wall, and it shatters into ash pieces and falls on the floor dead.
I move out of the doorway to Ashin get in.
Okay.
Is
Ashin, you are next.
that a window? The little gray splotch?
We'll call it a window, sure.
Okay. So I want to take a couple steps to the right and peer and see through the window at the other zombie that's in the same room as Godoruk.
Okay.
I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Let me see. Which guy? You would be this guy. Okay.
Yeah, that one. In the
This
back
guy.
of the room. Yep.
Okay.
And I'm going to fire my bow at it.
Okay. Roll to hit.
First one is a 21.
That'll hit.
And then I'll roll damage. $12. And then I'm going to use my Dread Ambusher ability and fire a second attack at it.
Okay.
23.
That'll hit.
$19 points of damage on the second hit.
So as you peer through this window, cast your Hunter's Mark, pull back your bow, one arrow goes into its eye, fire the second arrow, goes into the other eye, and it too exhales this puff of smoke out into the air as it falls over dead. It is now the zombie's turn. And each of the zombies move slowly into the room. Only one is able to get into range, but is going to attack you, Godora. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
That hits.
And it comes up to you, and with both fists, kind of like what you did with your weapons, it's going to hit you with both fists on the chest and slam you for 4 points of bludgeoning damage, which is actually 2 points of bludgeoning damage. So it does that, and it's like, and it's almost like it does nothing to you.
That's annoying.
But then also releases the ash. So give me a Constitution saving throw.
16.
You made it. Once again, you back up, not knowing what the stuff is. And that will be the end of the zombie's turn. Bimir, you're up.
Bimir will move up next to the window so he can see the other zombie. And he's going to cast Dissonant Whispers. So basically what he does is he looks through the window at the zombie and then kind of closes his eyes. And you can see him kind of whispering, but you don't hear anything from him. But the zombie does, and you can see it react to it. So it needs to make a wisdom save.
It fails.
Then he takes 3d6 psychic damage. Is a grand total of 7. Roll 2 ones. That damage roll.
And as you whisper these words that only this undead can hear, you can tell that it's been damaged. And it feeds.
Sorry, I should say that if he is deaf, then he doesn't take damage.
It's okay.
Okay,
He can still hear you even if it's a zombie.
just checking.
Correct. And Asteria, you're
Oh,
up.
sorry. He also has to move as far away from me as he can.
Oh, interesting.
It must use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from me.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Okay.
Asteria's gonna move to the other window. The zombie that's attacking Godric.
Okay.
And she's gonna cast Thorn Whip on it.
Okay.
Mm,
So you're moving over to the doorway?
yeah.
Okay.
It's a 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 6 damage.
And as you move into the doorway, you throw this vine over Godric's shoulder. And as it wraps itself around this zombie and spikes erupt from it, or should I say thorns erupt from it, and it takes 6 damage. And then, are you going to pull, or are you going to choose not to pull?
I don't want to pull it, but
Right. And then your vine is going to unwrap itself and come back to your hand. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
Godric, we're back up to you.
I'm just gonna repeat what's been working and slam him with both weapons. The mace will hit for 24, and the warhammer for 11.
Both hit.
Let's hit.
Show me the damage. The damage.
For 16. 16 damage.
As you slam both of your weapons into the zombie once again in the same fashion, the zombie is not just reduced to its knees, it's reduced to the ground, and in a big puff cloud of ash disintegrates. But you still need to give me a saving throw.
5.
You, sir, were not quick enough this time to get away from that smoke, and it goes into your face, and you breathe a bit in. You can feel slower, less alert, almost like the zombie. And for the next minute, you have disadvantage on any attack roll, hit roll, or saving throw.
Someone tell me what the hell that stuff was.
Looks like ash.
Leif, you're up.
The ash zombie.
Is the building below, does it have a door or no door?
Hmm?
The one to the south building to the southeast. Does it have a door or no door?
This? Which building?
Can't see what you're pointing at.
The building southeast
This one?
below us. Yeah,
Yeah, this is a door right here.
there's a door. Okay. Leif kind of moves to the side of Bimir and just casts Eldritch Blast on the other ash zombie in there.
Okay.
And go 14
That'll hit.
and 6.
So as you lean into the window, a pulse of purple energy explodes from your hand right into the zombie in the corner for another 6 damage and hits him.
And Leif then moves behind Ashin.
And it is Ashin's turn.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to move my hunter's mark to that
Okay.
remaining ash zombie. And from the angle that I have, I can see through that other window at that zombie.
Yes, you can.
So I'm gonna shoot at it.
Okay.
18.
That'll hit.
$15 points of damage.
And as you pull back your bow and let loose your arrow through the window, it also hits the zombie right through the head. And the zombie is rocked back and slumps into the corner. And with a puff of ash, is also dead.
Uno mas.
And that is it. You have survived the encounter. In Godork, you are now freed from the effects of the ash.
Note to self: don't kick in any more doors. I'm kidding.
Might want to push your microphone closer to your face.
Hello, hi.
There, thank you.
That much. Don't kick in any more doors, but I'm probably gonna kick in more doors.
Maybe try to engage these zombies at range when we see them.
That ash doesn't look too fun to breathe in, as you probably just found out.
Everybody, you can give yourself 50 XP.
It's not that bad.
Yay.
No, don't set level.
Next level seems so far away now.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we're here so far away.
So I'm gonna can I go in there and try to recover just a couple of my arrows? And then I want to take a look at the ash without really touching it.
Sure.
While Ashin's doing that, Leif actually curiously goes towards the southern building
Okay.
and kind of puts his ear to the door.
Godoric's just gonna be in the corner, wiping the ash off his face.
This does not have a door.
Oh. Peeks inside then.
So you peek inside.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
As you peek inside, you continue to see just debris, rubble, some trees sprouting up. But you moving towards this building has caused you to hear a rustling.
Please. Okay. Yep. Start again.
And you need to roll initiative.
Is that
Seven.
all of us?
Yep.
17.
Yeah. Oh.
21.
22.
Hold on. Sorry. Move into the red zone.
Let us. He'll
All right,
tell us when
I'm
he's
ready.
21.
Okay.
22.
13.
Okay. Okay. Leaf.
Oh, 17.
And because you did not make a check, these creatures have a surprise round against you. As you approach the door, you've awakened something, and you can see and hear the skittering of branches. And running towards you are things that you cannot, or it is one you can see, is this small twig creature that appears to be very angry and running in your direction. And you hear not just one, but multiple.
Leif mutters to himself, ah, shit.
Yep.
The fat one.
He's not fat anymore.
It's a thick twig.
And as you hear this rustling, the rest of you turn to look and see these small plant-like creatures. They're just basically like walking Groots with more menacing appearance. They don't really make a sound. They just move unnaturally in your direction. Ashin, you're up.
The one that is at the corner of the building, closest to Leaf.
Mhm.
I'm gonna move my hunter's mark because I still have time on it
Mhm.
onto that one.
'Kay.
With my bonus action, and then I'm gonna fire at it.
Okay. Roll to hit.
19.
That'll hit.
So that's 15 on the first hit, and I'm gonna use my Dread Ambusher ability because this is new combat and fire at it again.
Well, as you fire your first arrow, you hit this thing and it explodes into a pile of sticks.
Okay.
It did.
So I'm just gonna shoot at the one that was next to it then.
Okay.
$14.
That'll hit.
13 points of damage.
It too explodes into a pile of sticks.
will use my movement to move. There's that tree that's to the east of me, just south of, into the block south of the tree.
Okay.
And
go
that'll
to
be
her.
my turn.
It is now your turn.
Do I need to rage again, or did my
No.
rage carry over?
There should
How long
be,
does it last?
there should be a duration on your rage.
Oh, it's only 1 minute, 10 rounds.
You should be
No.
good.
No. No.
No?
Because you were rummaging through the building.
Okay.
Yeah, if he was still raging, he'd still be under the disadvantage. So
That is true. So I will rage again, and this time instead of my 2 weapons, because now I don't want to fight things up close. I'm going to do some javelins and take some throws at them because I can do that. So I'm gonna attack the 2. Let's see, how far are the 2 to the far west?
So I'm going to assume you're going to move out so you can
Yeah, I'll
actually see
step
them.
out by like droop.
Okay. Then they would be like 40 and 50 feet away from you, respectively.
Perfect. So I'm going to take a shot at the closest one first, and that's for 22 to hit,
That'll hit.
and 10 damage.
As you throw the javelin, roll the second damage.
To hit is 17. And
That'll hit.
11 damage on that one.
So as you throw this javelin, you throw so hard that it pins straight or goes right through the first twig, and it explodes, and into the second one it also explodes. And they are gone. And Leif, you're up.
Leif sees the one in front and casts Eldritch Blast on it.
Roll to hit.
Nat 20, so 26.
That'll hit.
And 1.
You literally rolled a nat 20 and then a nat 1.
Yes, in the same 2
You
rolls.
You get double dice.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you
Not
do.
for Eldritch Blast.
Oh,
yeah, you double your dice,
Yeah, you
your
double-
damage die if you have
double
a
damage.
critical hit.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so 2.
No,
No, you roll two
another
dice.
die.
Got it, I'm like... Got it. 10, which is max damage. What the frick?
So you did 11.
You see this
11
thing.
total, yeah.
You see this thing scurrying at you, and instinctively, again, you've become very accustomed to using this Eldritch Blast, and purple light again emits from your palm as you see this scurry, and it just goes and disintegrates all the twigs. It is no more.
I used movement to literally run back to the party.
Okay. Put you right there. And Bimir, you're up.
Bimir is going to scoff at the twigs and lean back against the side of the building.
All right. Asteria.
He's going to use his bonus action to say, Asteria, you could take care of this, and gives her bardic inspiration.
Nice.
What does that do for me?
You have a D6 that you can spend the next 10 minutes to give you to add to any one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Okay.
You can use it after you see the roll, but before knowing the outcome.
It's like she's gonna move next to the Garderook because she can still see the little twig man from there.
Okay.
And then she's gonna cast Thorn Whip again.
Okay. Roll to hit.
17
That'll hit.
and 6 damage.
And as again, this vine erupts from your palm and flies out and wraps around this little twig, tightening, and then thorns erupting, causing it to just completely break apart, and it retracts back into your hand. And you all have survived for now.
I think we need to start to move quietly.
Leif puts his hand up. That was probably my bad.
Asteria, is this something that a druid could do? Summon all these tree creature thingies?
The tree creatures, perhaps, but not the zombies.
Well, yeah, not the zombies, of course.
Again, you know from history that it was the mount caused the ash zombies. But the twigs are new.
So are these Rydolph's twigs then?
I'm not sure. It's not exactly you stumble upon a bunch of druids every day.
Someone
I
will give
don't
me an
even know
Arcana
what
check.
this man's capable of.
Yeah, I
I
can give it
I'll
a
roll Arcana.
Okay.
Or I'll assist. I'll put my head together with Leif and let him roll Arcana.
Well-
with my assistance.
I want someone to give me an Arcana and someone to give me Arcana and Nature. Same person. So whoever that's going to be, give me both of those checks.
That probably our druid.
So 2 checks?
Yep. Give me 2 checks.
Okay.
I'll assist Asteria with that.
Arcana is a 21,
Okay.
and the nature check is a natural 20, but that's a 22.
So as you recall this fight and as you looked at these things, you kind of walk over and go to the pile of sticks that was once one of these creatures, and you can feel that this is a natural sort of magic. It was not caused by a person per se, but it's almost like you can feel beyond the twigs and into the ground, and magic seems to be pulsing all around you. This entire place has an aura to it that doesn't seem to be there inherently, but has become part of the earth.
Is she familiar with that at all because of where she comes from, or that she's a druid?
She is aware that in the presence of certain beings, other things can start to manifest themselves, and that this little creature is known as a twig blight.
Okay. There is something here. I'm not sure if it's caused by Rydolph, but those-
Because you scored so high, highly unlikely to be caused by a druid. Like
Okay.
it is some sort of powerful being that is causing the earth to be this way, not a adventurer, druid, or spellcaster.
there's definitely something greater here. impossibly dangerous.
Is there any way to dispel this effect?
Not that I'm capable of.
So now we're looking out for a druid, an alchemy shop, and an all-powerful magical thing. Great.
Oh, so this effect isn't something that a druid could cause.
No, it's from things. It's from something greater. It's in the land.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can find any traces of this druid then. If anybody knows anything about it, it'd probably be him.
Did you want to search any of these buildings around you?
Yeah,
I would
wanna
love
go-
to.
I want to go into the one where Leaf faced that first twig.
Okay.
Did you retrieve your arrows in the other?
I have
Tavern.
more.
I'm gonna go grab my javelin.
Okay.
I don't have many of those, and then I'll come back to the party.
So I'm gonna walk into that building.
Okay.
And just search around.
As you investigate these cottages, you can give me a perception check.
19.
As you're going through this cottage that you just walked into, near one of the trees, you can see something that doesn't appear to be part of the tree. It's almost grown over it. And as you pull apart the roots, you find a chest. In this chest, as you open it, contains a myriad of coins, which I will DM, or which I'll put in the party chat in Discord. But looks like a good haul.
I'll collect them up and hand them to Bimir when I see him after I come out of the room.
Oh, good. More money.
More money for meat.
Oh, jeez.
More money for meat. Okay. Next.
Do I see anything else of note in the room?
Nothing else of note.
Okay, then I'll just exit the room, hand the coins over to Bimir, and I guess just follow the natural pathway or whatever that's already there.
The further
Keep an eye out for more of the twig things.
Yeah, I will.
the furthermore you get into town, the more overgrown it seemingly becomes. And you come to a fork in the road. Where would you like to go?
Probably south first. Because I can see the edge of that building. I want to maybe approach that building slowly.
Okay. Yeah, off to your right, you can see a building. Off in front of you, you can see another building. The building
Yeah, the one-
off to your right appears to be in better condition than the ruined and dilapidated structures nearby. The doors seem intact, and there seem to be shutters on the windows.
I could kick them in.
We're not kicking in any more doors.
No. If
Up.
we're opening any doors, let me open doors, please. No more kicking.
So you guys
It's
are going down
okay
here.
to
Fair
kick them
enough.
if we wanted to surprise them.
Fair enough.
Yes, but not every door needs to be kicked open.
Agreed. We could try knocking.
I was
How's
just
that any
thinking
different
that.
than kicking?
Because
One doesn't break the door,
yeah,
and it's polite. We are looking for someone, remember?
And you knock on the door. You hear movement from inside. A shuffling and dragging of sorts.
Well, that's probably more zombies.
And as the
Can I-
door opens, you see a gaunt, white-bearded human.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're not gonna breathe ash into my face, are you?
I'm old, but I'm not dead. What do you want?
We're here looking for someone.
Well,
A
you
druid
found the
named
only
Ronald.
person here, I think.
Yeah, we're looking for a druid named Rydoff.
And the door shuts.
Now can I kick it in?
No.
No.
From the other
I'll
side of the
walk up.
door, all you hear is, leave! This place is cursed! Be gone!
Yes,
You'll be dead by evening.
I'm gonna walk up to the door and knock again, and just respond to the words. Yes, we already ran into some zombies and twig-like creatures. We killed them.
Oh, good for you. There are worse things here. Go away. Or perish.
Oh, sir,
There's a third option.
no, there isn't.
There's always a third option.
There's not a third option.
like we just came here for information.
You're not leaving, are you?
No, not until we search through here. Make sure everything's good.
And with that, you see the door open. And he walks to a corner and sits down at a table. Well, come in, stubborn. Just mutters to himself.
Leif
So-
cheerfully walks in.
I'm gonna walk in, but I want to stay by the door.
There you
Bimir
are.
will walk in too.
For brevity's sake, he is going to motion you inside and to shut the door.
Okay.
There's a reason there's iron on the door. Keeps the bad things out. What are you, stupid?
Yes. You must be Rydoff.
Ah, finally someone with brains.
Godoric's just gonna take a seat on the floor. 'Cause he's tired.
Didn't you see my sign?
Sign?
Yes, there's a big sign. It says, keep out or die. Thought that was pretty clear.
He didn't feel like doing either of those things, so here we are.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see a sign.
Well, probably one of them damn zombies knocked it down again. What do
Would
you
you like
want?
me to go put it up for
Why
you?
have you sought me out?
First, we heard you might have information about the location of a Kragmar castle or some castle in the region.
Well, of course I know where the castle is.
Can
I'm a
you-
member of the Enclave, after all.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's great. Can you tell us where the castle is?
Yes, I'll happily tell you where the castle is. Do you have a map?
Sure. And Bimir pulls out the map that that Droop drew of the surrounding area.
What was
Don't
this
we have a
drawn
better
by a
map?
half-assed goblin?
Yes.
It was.
Sir,
So
That goblin has a whole ass and it stinks.
he has a name, and his name is Droop, and he's in the corner. And I just point.
Right, Arthur's gonna tilt his head and shake it. And he is going to basically pinpoint a spot on your map, barely looking at it. Castle's here.
okay. Bimir pulls out his pen and ink and marks it on the map. Can you tell us about this curse that has befallen the town, or?
No, it's not a curse. And I'm not going to waste my time unless you're going to help.
If there's anything that we can do, I'm sure we'd be willing to try, since you're so helpful to give us the information about the castle.
We're pretty good at helping, actually. It's kind of like half of what we do.
Listen, I gave you the location of the castle so you can get out and save your lives. If you want to stay, there is a good chance you'll die.
Well, nothing's managed to kill us yet, so as far as you know, we're immortal.
As far as I know, you're young and stupid.
Yes.
That's the other half.
I'm not that young, sir.
I'm not that stupid.
Orc. Well, might as well take advantage of this. Certainly a lot easier than doing it on my own. Sit down. This is going to take a minute. What do you know of Thundertree? Anyone?
Outside of what we've been told by others, not much. Mainly
Big
just
boom, make zombies.
No, there was a mountain that exploded, and then the zombies came and took over the town.
pretty much it.
And this land feels odd, even to me.
And he kind of now takes a more close look at Asteria. From the Fae. Are you a fellow druid?
I am.
Well, at least there's some redeeming bit to you bunch. This place has been the victim of much magic. It currently is being plagued by two types of magic. One was from the mountain. When it erupted, it created the zombies, which you already know. What you don't already know is that there is a young green dragon that inhabits the tower. And he points kind of northeast to the opposite end of the town. And if you look through the window, you might be able to see the top of the tower cresting over the trees.
I go take a look.
Leif gets a little excited to hear that there's a dragon by.
Would Asteria know much about dragons?
Being
Probably
from the
not.
Fae,
Probably.
probably.
Okay.
You can always ask right off to tell you.
Where did this green dragon come from?
Well, from other green dragons, much as they all do. That said, green dragons have a magical effect on the world around them. They're drawn to forests, and when they nest in a forest or make one its lair, the forest around them conforms to its will. It starts to protect, if you will, like those little twig bastards that keep popping up all over here. That's a result of its power. Be thankful it's young, or they'd be a lot bigger. It also has a nasty habit of acquiring followers and other creatures to work for it. Be careful of some of the houses around here. If you see webs, expect giant spiders. And I don't mean like a tarantula. I mean giant spiders.
Like the size of a direwolf giant, or like...
Yes. Large
Alright.
enough to spin you up and suck you dry.
Cool.
Well,
Cool.
And that's not all. There are some other
Oh.
stupid people on the east side of town that have no doubt come to try and appease the dragon. Very dumb. But they're human, walking around their dark cloaks and their stupid hats. Don't know if they've convened with it yet, but if they have, they're going to be on its side. If not, then they are stupid, but not yet dumb enough to have done what they should not be doing.
all right.
You said there are people in dark cloaks with weird hats.
Yes.
Did you talk to them too, or
No.
Okay.
can I ask how you've managed to survive out here all this time?
My dear boy, I am of the Emerald Enclave. We are a group of wilderness survivalists who preserve the natural order of taking care of threats that pop up in nature. This green dragon is one such threat. If we do not drive him off, this entire area will continue to become overgrown and more polluted. You'll see poisonous plants pop up out of nowhere. You'll see larger creatures, potentially ogres, trolls, come around to defend it as it gets a chance. And no doubt as more people like these idiots with the masks try to appease a dragon because I don't know why. You're going to see more followers. That's what green dragons do. That's why they must be stopped.
Sounds like we need to take care of this while it's still young.
Absolutely. Any bigger, and it's going to give you more than you can handle, and it's probably more than you can handle right now.
Well, what do you think, guys?
Even I'm not dumb enough to try to fight a dragon.
I mean,
So, sir, you have a pretty good understanding of this entire area, correct?
Yes, of course.
Bimir, what was the name of the place that Gundren was looking for?
are you talking about the Wave Echo
Red
Cave?
Echo Cave.
Yeah, the Wave Echo Cave.
Oh,
Sir, do you know anything about that place?
looking for the cave. Listen. I know of the cave. I know exactly where it is. I'll even take you there. If you happen to outlive this encounter with a dragon. Because once that's done, I can leave this place. Until that's done, I cannot.
So, if we agree to fight the dragon, you'll take us to the Wave Echo Cave?
Yes.
And
I mean, that's what I
since
said, wasn't it?
Here to fight, since you're here to take care of the dragon, you'll help us fight the dragon?
Absolutely not.
I mean,
So,
That's a
what would
sensible
you
thing.
say you do here?
I take inventory. I fight off threats. I am a druid. But I am not dumb enough to try and fight a dragon. I was going to go find a bunch of dumb adventurers like you to clear it out.
Oh, so we're dumb now, but you need our help.
Listen, you need my help. You sought me. You're in my cottage. Don't get lippy
will-
with me, boy.
You're lucky they didn't let me kick
Yes.
your door down.
All right, sir.
Fair enough.
I apologize. We will gladly assist you.
That's fine. You're just helping yourselves. I understand.
Oh.
This is not a buddy-buddy thing, Mr. Orc. I don't have to come give you a hug and a kiss like you're my long-lost grandchild. You get rid of the dragon, I'll take you to the cave.
That
Sir.
sounds excellent.
Fair enough.
We are looking for
I
an
like this
alchemist
one.
shop here in Thundertree. Do you happen to know where it is?
Alchemist shop. There's a
What
bunch
used
of
to be an alchemist shop.
dilapidated buildings throughout here. Let me see if I can rack my brain a bit.
While
And he
he's thinking, Leif
ponders.
just kind of nudges Ashin. You know, a map of this place and what's with what building would be really helpful.
We'll get there. Let the old man think.
That's why I'm nudging you.
There is.
Because of his way with words.
There's
No, but
something
he's
that could
good with
be an
maps.
herbalist shop.
That might be it.
Further, if you head back to the fork and go all the way down the street, hang a quick right and you'll see it. It's right there. Small shop. Got a little, I don't know, it's dilapidated and blown out, just like everything else. But that's
All right.
close to where the stupid people with the masks are, so, keep an eye out.
Perfect. We'll go say hello to them too.
How many stupid masked people were there?
I've seen at least 4. Could be more.
Do they have any like distinguishing marks or sigils?
Besides, stupid mask on head.
Like, what was the mask of?
I don't know. Nothing. Could be Cthulhu. It's a dumb mask.
Very helpful.
I
Thank you.
told you where they were. I told you they're wearing stupid masks. There are going to be no other creatures in all of Thundertree that are going to be wearing stupid masks.
The Green Dragon could be wearing a stupid mask.
Sir,
Not even to dignify that with a response.
could I trouble you to allow us to rest here for maybe an hour?
Absolutely. As long as it's quiet. I need some quiet in the afternoon.
All right.
You need a rest?
Just take a short one, eat some lunch.
Got any meat around here?
You haven't had enough meat?
It's full of zombies and spiders.
You could try eating spider.
Apparently
recommend it.
spiders have good meat.
Can't be that bad.
I mean, if you want to go... Sir,
Your
where's the
idea.
nearest spider? We'll go kill one.
Oh, Lord.
Actually, just
Um,
down the street, go back at the fork. First house on the right.
Just one, or
Oh, there's a few. Go
I
have
thought you
fun.
needed to rest for a minute.
we'll rest after food.
Bimir, I just kind of stop questioning them and let them do their thing.
Their thing could get us killed.
Yeah, let's take...
It
let's take a
hasn't
short...
yet.
That doesn't mean it's not going to.
Nope, I'm taking a short rest.
Okay.
Okay with a short rest.
As you take your short rest, we are going to end here for the night.
Whoa.
Yay.
Well, you found Rydoth.
I like him.
Yep, we found Rydoth.
Awesome! He's hilarious.
He's old.
He has no fucks to give. He's Rydoth. He's been out here a long time on his own.
Him and Bimir will make quite a pair with the 0 fucks.
It's a
I've
great.
got
It's a
no more
great
fucks to
team.
give.
Cataract, I feel like you're not excited about a green dragon.
I
Leif is very excited to meet.
There's
you,
finally
Dragon.
dragons in your dungeon. It's fine.
I've heard things about dragons and I'm scared.